Can you all hear me? How about now? Well, welcome. I'm John Thunderheart. Most of you know me. I've been around this town for quite a long time. But today's talk's going to be about sound healing, its effects on the body, the mind, the spirit. Now, sound has been used since human beings were around and beyond that, but it's been used to heal and to put you in different states of consciousness since mankind started gathering together. Some of the simplest things they may have used is sticks. All right, starting a rhythm, which started an activation within the body. So when I do this, what are you doing? You notice a lot of the heads are nodding, right? So that's actually a unifying force. So sound can be both a unifying force and one that separates us, depending on the frequencies and the intent being used. Now, in medicine, we use sound. Your ultrasound, right? Your magnetic resonance imaging, resonance. So sound is comprised of a lot of different energies, right? Sound can actually create light. You get certain frequencies that vibrate objects, which creates friction, which will then create light. So basically, sound is just another frequency. Light is another frequency. And when we do music, we are looking for certain frequencies, but also intent, because intent can make a big difference. I had somebody who was worried and complaining that they only have one crystal bowl and they wanted to do a sound healing on somebody. And it's, they were having an issue with their heart or heartache. And they said, well, I need the F bowl or an F sharp bowl, because the F is the heart chakra and the F sharp is, they call the high heart. So they both work together for the heart. Now, and I said, well, is your intent for healing? Do you think the person laying on your table knows that that's an F bowl? They're going there for a particular purpose. All right? So if I had a G bowl, which I have right here, and we're going to work on your heart, all right, and we have the intent on working on your heart, this bowl is going to work on. I never know exactly what I'm going to play. Each one is unique. I mean, I start the beginnings the same, which is just preparing you with closing your eyes, breathing, and so forth. But then, I'm waiting in a moment in my mind, and Spirit says, okay, do the F sharp bowl. And I'll hit the F sharp. And then they're like, okay, add the Shruti box, which is my little instrument down under here that I play with my feet. It's meant to play on your lap, but I'm playing a flute and a didgeridoo and all that stuff. So, and I was always, called a monkey, so I use my feet often. So, but when I combine the two of these together, and just close your eyes a moment and just listen. Now open your eyes. And with the first sound, and I want you to speak out. When I just did the bowl, what was the thing that popped into your head? What did you feel? Anybody else? What did you feel when somehow in this section over here, we've got all these people. Some of them are voiceless, but
Calm.
calm. Now, when I added the Shruti box,
Harmony.
and then the flute, and See, but each one had a little bit different response, and then when we put them all together, it created something more. All right? So, this music, tones, frequencies, and vibrations, these things, they create emotional, mental, spiritual state of mind. How often when you're feeling hurt, you'll put on something that has this melancholy music and that matches your mood and so forth. And a lot of this is so that it elicits and brings that emotion more to the surface so you can release it instead of burying it deep within inside. And the only way we can heal is to release those things that are causing us the dis-ease. All right? I don't know, was it Wayne Dyer who started that, saying dis-ease? Louise Hay too? Both of them together, yeah. We don't want to talk about that. They had this effect. No, okay. But when we take our instruments and we take our voices, it's so important. Now, think about when you're holding a baby. What do you do when you're holding it on your arm, right? Other than rocking back and forth like this, what noise is coming out of your mouth generally? Right? You eat something good. You're calling mom. Mom. All these things. And what of it? That is actually known as the first sound of creation. Right? And it's also the sound of destruction. Right? Destruction sounds so bad. But if it's deconstruct, right? Sometimes we have to take things apart and change them. Right now, in our political environment, we're deconstructing. Things are being torn apart and changed. And it's so uncomfortable. But so can healing be so uncomfortable. Like when I've had a lot of injuries in my life because my parents thought I was crazy. And since they're passed away, they don't think that way anymore. But, the thing is that I felt the worst when I was getting the better. When I had hematomas that stuck out this far from martial arts. Arms all discolored all the way up. And I felt worse than when I got it, when I was just about healing. I couldn't sleep, it hurt, the pain was so intense. But then it was gone, and my arm actually started getting conditioned to things. But what are we conditioning ourselves to sometimes? Sometimes we condition ourselves to pain and suffering and so forth. And one of the things that sound can do for us is help release those emotions so we don't have to hang on and see a new beginning, right? Because all of us have that ability within us. So take time sometimes just to hum. Sit back and before you drive in the morning, the sun's hitting you, and you just sit back and go, and start your day with, the energy of creation. That this is going to be a new day. Because a lot of times we do is we step into the past and bring that with us into the next moment, which never lets us get far. It's like putting a bungee cord on the back of your pants. You can go so much, then when it gets taut, it wants to yank you back again. Well, by you honoring the sounds that you make, right, the sounds that are in the environment, and using them as a positive thing. When I do meditation, we have an apartment complex across from my house, and the windows are open in the summertime, and people going, it's so annoying because the kids are playing across the street. And I was like, Well, incorporate that laughter and that joy and that fun into your meditation. Use the environment, even if it's something like ding, 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 and it's bugging the hell out of you. Just say it's, that's the alarm for happiness. You know what I mean? And then you shift your mindset. And sound is a trigger for almost everything that we do. So I have a lot of instruments here. And I mean, I have 13, 14 pages of stuff here. But I'm just going to go more or less to the end over here. Like, everybody knows the chakras, right? Who are here, because most people here have been in these type of environments. Now, the root chakra is the note, the key of C. The sacral chakra, the second chakra is D. E is the solar plexus, F is the heart, G is the throat, A is the third eye. Let's see. I can't even remember. Was it B is the crown, I think it was? Yeah, B is the crown. And they all interrelate with each other. They all communicate with each other. Right? A lot of times when I do my sound healings, if someone's having an issue with their power center, right here, the E, right, meaning where they give away their power, they don't feel empowered. If you put on something that has the frequency of E, and you work on that, and you work on saying, I release those emotions, things that I buried, that took the power, that I allowed myself to take the power away. A lot of times we give it away to others because we're so nice. Now, one of the main things, and this is outside of the topic of music and sound, is that you have to be number one in your life. We put everybody else in front of us. We're a good person, I do this, but if you get depleted and you start getting resentful, that energy now that you're putting out is just like dust in the wind. It has no substance left to it. But if you take care of yourself, you love yourself. Every night I go to bed, I literally hug myself in bed and say, I love you, John. You're a good guy. And I pat myself on the shoulder. I literally do that every single night. It's a reminder when I go to sleep to care about myself. And when I wake up in the morning, I ground myself. And I say, thank you, thank you, thank you. And all throughout the day, I say thank you. Even when I hit my shin on the coffee table. Thank you for teaching me how to dance on one foot. So I'm going to play some of these different instruments just one at a time, and I want you to close your eyes. And, I'm going to do them kind of quick because we don't have a lot of time, because we had technical issues a lot of times when we take our devices and try to hook them up to other people's devices. So now just close your eyes, and this is a tincture. You've seen these all before. I hook electrodes to them and put them up. No, I'm kidding. So when I do the tincture, what feeling does this elicit? So close your eyes now. Okay, now open your eyes. Now just a couple of people, what popped into your head? What did you feel when you heard the tincture?
Energy was up here.
Okay. Anybody else?
Green.
Green, you saw green. Because understand, we all perceive things differently. Some people will see colors, some will feel emotions, some will, just have a vibration in the body. And there's no right or wrong in it. It's just the way you perceive things. So when you felt that, you felt more elevated, you felt green. Green is a color of healing, too. Now, when you hear the Koshi chime, close your eyes. And what did that elicit? I call this one magic.
Open heart, love.
Anybody else? Nice. And you see, this is the power of sound and music, right? Each one can touch you in a different way. That's why we have taste. You know, some things just doesn't resonate with us and other things do, all right? But the ones that don't resonate to you have a purpose, right? Think of it as a binaural beat, because binaural beat is created by two conflicting sound waves. It creates a thump, 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 thump. And I wish I had one of my other F bowl. I have an F sharp and an F, but I left the F at home. When I do it together, it creates a pulsing sound. And that can irritate people, and some of them are so dissonant. But those dissonant sounds are there to shake you up. Dissonance has a purpose in itself, right? It gets you out of one particular space and forces you into another way of thinking or being. And we all need that from time to time, because almost all of us as human beings want safety and security. Right? That's our goal. You stay in a job because it has safety and security, but you hate it. And you come home and you're frustrated and you're angry and everything. So was that job worth it? Because what it's doing is affecting the resonant frequencies that flow through your body. It's taking you out of balance. So what you want to do is do things and find things that resonate with you. Because things aren't all about money. It's about basically finding your balance point and joy. I've taken jobs that paid nothing and I stayed for 7 or 8 years. I mean, paid nothing. Barely could make it. Because I was happy. I enjoyed what I was doing. The people were great. And I just tightened up the belt and just stuck with necessities because I was smiling all the time. Then I had jobs that paid me really good money. And I was absolutely miserable, felt like I was drowning. I wasn't smiling anymore. I was getting irritated. So one of the things is the music of your body, your mind, your heart is the most important thing to actually feel and take time for. We rush and rush and rush, and Spirit's been telling me for a long time, and one of the things that's coming up in my readings that I do a lot is take time, just be. Just be. Don't do anything. Well, I've got laundry to do. I've got to go to get milk. How much milk you got left? Not for tomorrow. Then you can go tomorrow. Take time for you, even if it's 5 minutes sometimes, can be a big difference in how your day goes. And actually even could make a difference in how the rest of your life goes. So, now the next sound is going to be the gong. All right? I hope someone's really happy. So I'm going to skip that one till later. No, I'm kidding. Now, this particular gong this is the Eye of Ra. You know, I thought there was, what was it, the Eye of Horus was the one everybody really knows, and this one is actually the Eye of Ra. And this is an awesome gong, and I have another project the sound more. Now, if you have a wall that's solid, you know, hardwood, cement, it'll bounce it. But if you got fabric behind it, it's going to deaden the sound. It's going to be absorbed by it. So I Open your eyes. And what did you feel from the gong? Right from the first little light tap.
I've been dealing with a lot in my ribs, the shoulder thing, it's really connected to my heart, business, I'm working on it, and I'm really, and living with for about 10 days.
Nice. You're welcome. Now this gong is an E, and a lot of times these two really work a lot together, the solar plexus and the heart. A lot of times people think all the emotions trapped in the heart. A lot of it, and I'll say sometimes more of it, is within our power center, right? When we're affected here, it's going to affect here. Now, I did some splashing with the gong. You work it around the edges. It has different frequencies, and then I bring it across the center with that whoosh. For me, it sounds so different from the space I play it in all the time because my acoustics and where I do it is just phenomenal. And this is open and so forth. So I don't even know what you're hearing out there when I'm standing behind it. But, there's wave fronts it creates. And it flows right through it. Now, I've done it in some small venues where I literally played the flute behind it. And it'll set it off. And let's see if it'll do it in here. Can you hear it?
Yes. Yeah.
But it's a and it comes. And those up front might hear it more on this side. But it's absolutely amazing when you can create these other sounds moving in through the gong. And it puts out more frequencies at the same time. Now, let's see, what else do I got here? Well, of course I've got my didgeridoos. All right, yeah. And this one here is an F. This is the heart one. All right, this is a handmade by strips of wood that are bound together, ropes, and then sealed. And I'm going to just play the ditch just a little bit for you guys. I'm going to see. Now, I don't know if this one's working. It's working? And what do you feel with that?
Energy flow.
Yeah. And now I'm going to walk it and go into sections so that you actually can feel the vibration that the digits do. That the digits do. That's where it came from. Now this one is a D, which is the second chakra, the space, place of creativity. Now, do you notice that when I do that, that I'm putting other sounds in it? You know, I did this, the kookaburra. You do, they're called vocals. And they elicit different responses within the system of the body. Now, I play this one a lot in conjunction with my Shruti box. Doesn't hurt. And my crystal bowl. What did you feel with that?
Grounded.
And bliss? All right, and can you see how they affect your body? What went on in your mind too? What images did you see? What colors may have you seen? All right. When we combine these different energies, these different instruments, you know, when I first started out, you know, I did the didge, right? Then I added the shruti, then I did the bowl, then I had recorded that didge on my thing so I could leave the didge playing, and on my loop pedal over here, and then I added the flute, so I could create layers, right? And each one of these layers is a story. It takes you someplace else. So, you know, music and sound is really super important to add to your life, right? To de-stress, right? To motivate, You know, when you need something that you have to do a lot, you put on faster music, something has a beat, and you get your body going, and you're moving, right? That's all sound healing. That's all the use of sound in positive ways. Now, sound can be used in negative ways too. They have these, you know, sonic weapons, and you know, the police have them. They've been using it in anti-piracy and so forth like that. That put out such bursts of energy that is discordant to the body, can literally lock you up. All right. So, like everything in life, if there's a yin and yang in it, all right. But we choose here to use sound as a tool to grow and to experience and to flow with life. Now, unfortunately, my time is almost up. What's that? Yeah. I'm going to just take you on a very short little journey. So close your eyes. And I want you to call down the white light. I want you to call down the white light. I have to do this over and over again. All right, take some deep cleansing breaths and create a rhythm with your breathing. And allow that white light to surround you and fill you. It's the divine light that cleanses and purifies. It allows you to release any stagnant or stuck energies, any attachments that no longer serve you. Breathe in and out and allow your body to begin to glow in this white light. And put an intention out there on what you want to release, what you want to let go, or what you need to let go. yourself grounding, coming back into this space. And in closing, what did you feel during that? What did you experience?
The black crap is being pulled out of me.
Black crap was being pulled out of her.
Thank you.
So unfortunately, my time is up here, and I wish I could have done a full whole one, maybe another time, next one. And unfortunately, they don't allow us to set up early enough to take out any bugs in our stuff. But thank you for being here, and the next speaker's about ready to get up here, so I'm going to move my stuff really quickly. Thank you. What's that?
Next speaker hasn't arrived yet, but
No?
just giving us 5-10 minutes for a while.
Next, oh, all right. Now, I wonder what's going on here. You hear the I noticed it when it started going before. It's like it wasn't doing it earlier. Now it's doing it.
I guess we'll adjust the schedule so 5 more minutes.
All right.
Somebody else could.
That might have been that speaker affecting this thing, the microphone. Let's move this. We can leave that. Move this.
You got 2 speakers.
Oh, that could be it. Now, I'm just going to close with. What? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. That is so weird. Now, this is like when these things happen, this is to incorporate that discordant sound as a release mechanism for something else that's within you that you want to get rid of. So everything can be used as a tool. Now this is a C sharp, C flute, and this is a grounding coming back into your body, coming back into this space. Thank you, everybody.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to thank everybody for being here today. What an incredible event to come to for free. I don't know if you guys like free, but I love free. All right. So thank you guys for being here, showing up. Thanks for all the people who had tables out and selling things and sharing your gifts. Definitely appreciate that very much. Big thanks to John Thunderheart coming and setting up, doing his first sound healing of the day. Love it. I don't see the things as much, but I feel it. And I feel the resonance of love, of togetherness. And I think that's one of the most important things when we do these things is to feel that. You're not alone in this world. You're not going to get through this life being alone. You're not going to do everything by yourself. The most power that we have is togetherness. And I think we can move mountains that way. I think we can move cancers that way. And I think we can move politics that way. Education, all the things, into a way that benefits all of us. And I think that's one of the most important things that we're here for today, is to come in togetherness and be one. Because we really are one. We're all one being expressing itself collectively in just a slightly unique, different way. And that's beautiful. Diversity is our greatest strength. It's not a weakness. It is our greatest strength. But with that being said, one of our diverse characters is a little bit late, so we're going to switch it up and let Dee do her thing first. So if you guys would give a big round of applause for Dee on regenerative health. Thank you.
Thank you. Got to be spontaneous around
You
here.
got to.
How's that sound? Is that too loud? I have a tendency to project. Fantastic. Well, thanks for being here. I wanted to talk to you guys today about the power of the body's ability to heal. And so through my own healing journey, I've found a few modalities that I now practice because of it. But the body will heal itself, but it takes our awareness. And so that's part of what we talk about back there at the booth, is the somatic and the introduction to how we reconnect with the body. But I have a couple other modalities that I've used in my healing journey. So my name is Dee Kinsey. I am a somatic educator, a Genshin Jutsu practitioner. I do access bars, and I have a regenerative detox practice. I'm also very passionate about the topic of leadership, both myself and self-leadership and the leadership of others. I am partnered with Susan Blue, who will be here in a little while, in this space of somatics. She is a registered craniosacral, somatic trauma resolution, trauma-informed care Genshin Jutsu practitioner. And if you've been in town for any amount of time, you know who Susan Blue is. So we are really excited to introduce the Blue Method and talk to you more about your ability to self-heal through your own awareness. So that's the foundation of my talk today, and I want to take you on a journey because this happened because of what I went through. I had gotten myself into a pretty decent bit of trouble through illness. I was working a job that was super toxic, I was always compressed, stressed out, and what came alongside, as we all know, is this thing called a pandemic. Came in from the side about 5 years ago, right? And so I had entered into that intersection in my life after a motorcycle accident. Super healthy person. The accident took me down. It took me down, and I had obviously had injured. When you slap your entire body against something hard, it's gonna have trouble. But being a holistic practitioner, being a holistic minded person, I was not gonna get any help from any of that medical stuff. And so I proceeded to struggle through this healing, and then the intersection of a stressful job and being locked home alone by myself for a pretty extended amount of time, for being someone that wasn't willing to go with the flow. Things got really scary and bad. And so I was on my own journey at that point, and my body, I think I'm too close to that guy. It's getting really loud. Okay. This way? Okay, great. So through that experience of getting to a point where I was so unhealthy, my body was locked up, I could not think, I could not function. John talked about the frequency of energy. There was no energy in my life. There was no energy in my body. And so that was when I realized I needed to do something different. And I was, going through Genshin Jutsu practitioners and craniosacral therapy and all those things, but I was looking outside of myself for the answers. I was thinking that I could be and have someone fix it for me. Even though I said I wasn't subscribing to Western medicine, I was subscribing and giving my power to somebody else to heal. And so all of a sudden, Dr. Joe Dispenza's retreat showed up. So that was great. I can get out in that spiritual space, and I can fly out into nowhere and be consciousness. And I went on that path for a while. But what ended up happening is I was at this tug of war between, I'm free and I'm out inside my body and I'm floating and consciousness is wonderful. However, I had to come back to this body that I had. And it wasn't resolving itself after years and lots of Joe Dispenza retreats. If you haven't been, I highly recommend it. But it wasn't the answer for me. I needed to recognize that it was time to get back to my body. So I want to talk to you a little bit about the energy body, because we have the impression that we are just going to float off into nothing and consciousness is something that we achieve. We forget that the body's a part of it, and that was my trouble. I needed to be able to bring my body along. That's where we're at these days. It's important to understand. John's work, we just experienced the frequencies of sound and how that resonates through the body. Regenerative healing, you clear the path through frequency, you up the frequency. So when we talk about the energetic body, it's important to recognize how powerful that is, and there's lots of entry points. Hi. There's lots of entry points to that. And so I have a couple modalities that I use that brought me along and took me through this, but John was here to talk about one of his. So we are energetic. I don't think I need to tell this audience. We are energy beings. We are energy, period. We are operating out of that frequency of consciousness. What trouble we run into is the frequency that we hold, and we can get there a few different ways. So in my story, the frequency of the energy that if I had any in my body to hold, was very low. And I was backed up, constricted. I literally couldn't breathe. My heart was constantly struggling. I wasn't digesting any food, so therefore not getting any nutrition. So on and on and on. But if we recognize the organ systems of the body require energy, the fluids of our body, everything we do with our bodies requires energy to function. So I want to start the conversation from the outside in, because when we entered the room this morning, our energetic field picked up on whether we're safe or not. So our energy body is real, and the energy field that we all have, some say it's 15 feet, I don't know, I can't measure it, but we have a field around us that's informed by the health of our being. It's informed by how our thoughts, the quality of our thoughts, the quality of our emotions, and the physical health that we hold. So we have to remember that we are transmitting this to one another in this room right now. It's just the way it happens. And so our nervous system, our hearts, our meridian paths generate and regulate the signal we emit. And so we have to remember that not only, yes, we have consciousness, we have support, we have the universal consciousness at our, able to help us, but if we aren't taking care of the physicality of our body, we're doing ourselves a very big disservice. And I had gotten myself stretched between the two polarities, and I didn't realize that. Or, to be completely transparent, I wasn't willing to face that fact. I had never been in my body, and I did not want to go back there. It was a miserable place to be. And guess what? It held lots of things, little nuggets that I needed to go back through to be able to clear that. So when we're grounded, when we're energized from a healthy place and our body is clear, we emit a signal that's safe to each other. We come in, we feel like, oh, hi, I can connect with you. You're safe for me. On the contrary, when we enter a space and our field is transmitting a signal that is frenetic or choppy, or we're holding the frequency of we're just irritated, that people pick up on that. People are going to interact with us in that same way because their field's coming into our field. Guess what? We're going to respond to your field. And so right now in the world, I wanted everyone to get this message because it's important to recognize we are never operating solely in the present moment. I'm standing here today having done a lot of work, but I'm still the combination of all of the things I'm holding in my body and my nervous system today. I'm doing my best. It's intentional, but I'm still going to meet with you, and our paths, our fields are going to intersect and go, ooh, yeah, or like, whoa, get away, back up, right? And it's important to recognize nobody's operating on what's happening right now. So all this fear, all this crap that's going on, if we can have a heart for this and we can remember that we have our own stuff and also have empathy for people that are carrying around years of this layering on through our nervous system. So that's our electromagnetic field, and you hear all the time about our heart field. That is, the presence that we hold in our hearts and the ability to have that electromagnetic heart space plays into how we show up in the world. So the next layer that it's important for us to understand is our body is fueled by energy. These are the energetic meridians of the body. It's important to recognize that if you don't have energy, you're not fueling the systems of your body. You're not fueling your organs. You're not fueling the chemistry. You're not fueling just the ability to survive in this 3D representation of ourselves. And so these meridians can get broken and chopped and blocked and constricted based on what we experience. And we're going to talk about the nervous system as the entry point. But I wanted you to notice here where these meridian lines run, because when we talk about the nervous system responses that our body has subconsciously, these are the areas that we have constriction. The shoulders. Us, the practitioners, you hear all the time people with tension in their shoulders, tension in their arms, headaches, right? All those places in our bodies where we have the perception of pain or we're experiencing significant dis-ease, dysfunction, are where we are holding something, an opportunity for healing. And it's so powerful, and it's within our control. So when I realized this, and when I had an experience of that guy right there, if you're not attending his full sound healings, those types of things are entryways into regenerative health. Now, I have my own modalities, but sound is absolutely important for us to utilize. So let's see what I have next. So how do we get stuck? I kind of started to talk about this. With all of this going on in the world, how do we know, how do we prevent getting stuck, or how do we start to unravel those threads of our lives and peel this thing back? The answer is the nervous system. So the nervous system is that intersection between how we hold ourselves in a physical form and what's going on out here. And we're going to engage with that through the filters of everything we've piled up over the years. It's just a fact. It's sad and it's hard to really face that. I struggled with that. But also I'll tell you that it's so much simpler than I thought it was. The nervous system, we've spent our lives developing this safety strategy. From the moment we were born, we are constantly assessing our environment. We're watching, we're hearing, we're feeling. I was in that sound healing, I was deep listening in John's, whatever he was creating. And I could feel Jacob come up next to me. I could feel him just approach me. He's got that calm presence, but I could feel that without even opening my eyes. It didn't make a sound. I couldn't hear it anyway. But we, in every moment, are assessing, but it got my attention, right? And then I noticed over in the corner a sharp noise that my nervous system jumped. And I was assessing, while I'm listening, I'm assessing this, happening all the time. So we need to recognize that not just the big things make a difference, but how we layer in those responses in the moment. The world around us is constantly give us feedback. So again, I'll say that we're never engaging from right now. We're engaging from how we've shaped our form, how we've shaped our energetics, and that is what either we're happy or we're in an angry posture or we're defeated, right? We have created this through the mechanism of our nervous system. So the nervous system, this is a cute little blip of it. It's really just to show you the difference. There's two sides of things. Either we're resting and we're digesting, or we're in response, we're in activation, and that's called the sympathetic nervous system. And so this is just an illustration to kind of reflect what that looks like from a summary perspective. But ultimately, it comes down to when we are safe. Like, this is a safe crowd. You know, I had so much activation thinking I was going to go speak about this stuff in front of people because it hasn't been a welcomed conversation before. And so when I got to come in here, I was having a lot of like nervousness. I was in meltdown yesterday, if I'm honest. Like, and I didn't even know it was there. So I'm getting off track. I got to go back. But it's a reality of like, what is going on, Dee? Because I hadn't been in a space of safety before. And so it's really awesome to be in a space that this was created for us to be with our tribe. And it's safe. And so my stomach's giving me feedback. I'm resting and I'm digesting. Stomach's going crazy. It's the other side that I want to talk about a little bit. When we are unsafe, these patterns of fight, flight, freeze, fold, those create structures in our body. We literally have a chemical reaction, we have a physical reaction to anything that has happened to us in the past. And if we were unable to follow that up with the appropriate response, if I could push you away because you were trying to hurt me, my body, that chemistry that goes to the arms, the cascade of chemicals, wanted to box someone's ears. Like they were horrible, horrible people. But you can't defend in a professional environment. You can't flee from a professional environment. So you're actually starting to get into a freeze if you have to keep showing up and showing up and showing up to something that's unsafe. Children, right, in the abusive situations, any amount of that, if it's not addressed, will stay in your body. Just nice to know, because the release of that is so much closer than we ever thought it was. I feel like I'm a little off track. I'm gonna check my next slide. So again, I don't know, no one's time checking, right? So the good stress, this is where we wanna go. It's important. Rest it allows the body to heal. So even if we go to work and we get stressed out, we respond and we deal with Joe because Joe's a jerk, but we can go home and we can settle into some amount of safety, soak up our partner, soak up our kids, be in a place where we can just get to that rest. All the stuff returns to normal, right? It cleans everything out. There's this, if you've heard of the Chinese body clock, our meridians are constantly cycling through, and the organ systems, and cleaning house. It resets them every day. It's beautiful. So if we can get here and create that in our lives and have it at a regular cadence, the body will heal itself. It will take care of itself. It will clean out the stress hormones, and it will release those muscles that got all tight because you wanted to box Joe's ears. But it's important to know that this is required to be able to reset. Now let's talk about these things called fight, flight, freeze, and I have fun on there still. It was getting too long. You should have seen the slide deck I had before. It was really long. So, but there is a state called fawn and fold that's also important to know about. But when we sense a threat and we're in an unsafe situation that we think the nervous system will tell you, it will light up your arms. In my situation with work, I was constantly under this threatening, like I can't even describe the behavior of some of these leaders in my previous company. But this is kind of one of the things that you end up with. I was defending my team constantly, but I couldn't physically do anything about it. So I had to cajole and I had to do all extra stuff to try to navigate my instincts for fight. But what happens is all this chemistry gets cascaded, your pupils dilate, your heart rate goes up. We know all this, right? You get ready to we clench, and this is the posture that we run around with all day, and we wonder why our back hurts. But this is it. We are needing to fight. Now we talk about flight. That's when you just want to get the heck out of here. So the the body's going to say, we can get the heck out of here, and it's going to light up your legs, right? Same types of behaviors. Your vision's going to get a little different. It's going to go out peripheral, right? But your legs are going to light up, and you're going to split. And but if you can't, like I can't fight and I can't flee, right? What comes next? I'm just going to have to freeze. Guess what that does? Everything is just like, okay, I can't go anywhere, so I'm just going to sit here like this, and everything just locks up. And there's chemistry. There's no digestion. There's nothing for you. And as you spend day after day after day in these types of different activations, and you can't come down, it's so toxic to the body. So it's just important to know what's happening, because I don't know about you, no one told me about this nervous system piece. No one told me that it wasn't my fault, that these reactions, I was like on the bitter edge of destruction, or just pissed off, or like I was pegging out, because all these things had become wired and compressed in my body. It's a nervous system, it's trying to take care of us. But without attention, it got critical. I was down for the count and literally shutting down. So I was past freeze, and I'd gotten to a fold state. And fold is when it's over. I'm so freaking defeated right now, I can't go do anything with this. I can't fight it, I can't fight. I don't have an ally, there's just nothing I can do. And so the body's going to, that's when we hit that level of depression that we really need to recognize in each other. When we feel that defeated, that's a nervous system response to say, I can't see a way out of this. But the beautiful thing is, there is so many opportunities to change our frequency. These energetic frequencies, John was talking about it, these other modalities I'm about to share with you, really support raising those frequencies and opening up the pathways that this constriction has created in our bodies, in all these areas. So when we can't respond, that's the key. We end up with chronic tension, pain, different areas of the body. We end up in all these emotional roller coasters that, we probably beat ourselves up for. That's one of the most important things. If you didn't hear me the first time, it is not your fault. While we did participate in life, we showed up for this incarnation, and we've gone through all these steps. And I don't know about you, I do believe there's a journey. I do believe there's a synchronicity to things. But there's also information that says we can help clear that out for ourselves. 2 minutes? Okay, I'm in trouble. So I mean, if I only have 2 minutes, hang on tight. So chronic disease is created through the inability to respond. Where is this going? Did you turn off my slides? Just kidding. There we go. So the key to this is clearing the systems and freeing the stagnation. And there's a couple of things. I'm telling you, these modalities that I want to share, which is going to be very fast, are the things that brought me back to health. Somatic awareness is at the backbone of every modality that I have personally participated in, and now I can't get enough of it, and I want to share it with the world. You need to know that you can heal your body just with your awareness. That's it. You just have to know that this shit is happening, and it's within your control to spend some time with it. Hallelujah, right? Woo! Yes! And it's easier than you think. I thought, if I pay attention to this, I am going down for sure. And I did not. Because guess what? When you show up with compassion for yourself, there's nothing more powerful than that. So when you take a tight shoulder and you give it some tension, that's all. You watch it just start to melt. But then we go, oh, well, no. I'm looking for that tomorrow because there's no way that's gone. But this is how we clear the system. So piece by piece, layer by layer. Somatic, if you're interested in enabling this in your life, come see Susan and I. She'll be here in a little bit. We are passionate about sharing this and setting you up so not so that we can keep seeing you, which I will. I'll do Jinshin all day long, but you can learn how to do this for yourself. Jinshin Jutsu is just a modality that I was able to use to help kind of bolster me. Like it's not energy coming to you. Like I don't necessarily subscribe. I don't want someone doing it for me. I'm a big person of I have to do it myself, hence the accident. But anyway, so it's a modality that says, hey, this meridian it's disconnected. And so it's acupressure. We hold different points on the body to remind the body, hey, guess what? You're supposed to be connected here. And so we can literally feel when the body says, oh, yeah, oh, I remember you. And it starts to connect, and the energy will start to flow. And there will be a bottom-up kind of healing starting to happen. The pain will ease, the tension starts to go down, the systems of the body start to turn back on. And so it allowed, while I was figuring out, peeling back the layers somatically and all these other modalities, Jinshin Jutsu really was the crux of me being able to get a foothold. I'm telling you, I was down. And so I recommend it. If you want to talk to me about that, I'm happy to tell you. And the third thing that you should know about is when we get so chronically ill that our physical form is just stuck and stagnant, there's an ability to use Mother Nature's remedies, right? Regenerative detox is always available to us. And so I use that because I had gotten, my lymphatic system was, I don't think it was running at all. I was sedentary and tied up. So I used that. I learned all about it and started using it for myself. And now I share it with others because it's important to know that we need to clean out some of the stuff when we build up those toxins in the body. And we're taking in stuff. So when the body's in a healthy place, it will clean itself out. That body clock will run and it will clear. So I'm not going to, I'll go ahead and, somatic processing is important to understand. We're going to give you some more information back here. Yeah, those of you who want to take a picture of that slide. I'm trying to be respectful of other people's time. Oh, really? All right, then I'll slow down just a little bit. So the core principles of somatic processing is attention, making sure that you're aware of your body. And when you are aware of your body, you can engage with your body. And that's the magic. Because when we engage with our own body, it starts to just automatically start to unwind. You know, if you ever had a grandma that had you try to get out all of her yarn, like you had to wiggle it a little bit to get a little bit of space so you can figure out how it was. That's it. You're unwinding this tension in your body, and we begin to find more space for creativity. The chakra system, right? We're able to feel safe. We create and become somebody new just because we're not all bound up anymore. So there's an innate wisdom in the body that is available to you. We just weren't told about it. And I would love, love, love to share it with you if you want more information. So it's the unwinding. You don't do that because that's what I did. I just thought that was funny. But we will unravel piece by piece the ability to know how this layering occurred. And you don't need a story of it. You're not going to sit in psychotherapy for days. You're just going to say, hey, shoulder, I'm kind of tired of this. I got this pain in my neck. No. What is it that I need to understand, and just be with it and watch the energy of the intention impact the tension. All right, so you're not going to do that. If you get a minute of downtime, notice what happens as soon as you turn your attention to your body and do a body scan. Even if that's all you do is just the intention of starting it, immediately your body changes. It's pretty cool. Just put your feet on the floor, take a couple breaths, and all of a sudden say, hey, body, I'm going to pay attention to you, and boom. Then if you can go through the whole thing, just find those parts of tension and sit with them and make this just a 5-minute practice for your day. You will change your life. I promise you. It sounds off the charts crazy, but it is that simple. I have more information on Jinshin back there. It really is, this is the chart that shows you with the different safety energy locks, and it's an acupressure type of treatment. No energy is brought to you. It's a support that allows, I become a jumper cable for you, and this is something that I'm going to be teaching people to do for themselves as well. I believe in enabling you, whoever's willing to listen to my tirade, enabling you to heal your own body because it's available to us. And I had to spend way too much time doing that. So happy to talk to you. We'll do some short sessions back there if you're interested. But these are the ways that we will release that tension in your body. So in summary, it's available to all of us, and we are able to practice. This is, sorry, I want to rush myself and then I don't. So the holds that sometimes you notice yourself doing, like Cody's resting his hand on his chin. These points that we end up doing are when we go, oh my God, and we do this to our children. These are points of reset. These are points of rest. This. These are points of regeneration. We don't even know we're doing it. Or when we do, I do this a lot. I hold my hands together. This is such a powerful hold. We are doing Jinshin in our everyday life. You just don't know it. We're one big circuit breaker. All right, I'm going to just wrap it up. I'm going to leave you with this slide. You're wired for health. It's already there. It's not you're not broken. There's nothing to fix. It's just allowing the natural flow of your body, your breath, your awareness, and listening. Thank you all for your time. Sorry.
Wow, give it up for D. So much healing has to be done, right, for all of us? Mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically.
All right, and this is a great segue after the last presentation. Thank you, Dee, it's Dee, correct? Awesome. So that was like the perfect groundwork for what we're going to get into. We went from a very feminine understanding of things. We're going to get into more of a technical, mechanical perspective on the energy body and the energy field. We'll be talking about it from a lens of how that impacts our health, our psychology, emotions, and our spiritual body as well. We'll talk about that from a very technical perspective. So excited to dive into that with you guys. Now, out of a show of hands, how many people here are familiar with astrology? Okay, great. So you guys already know hologenetics, nothing new here. But how many people here are familiar with human design? All right. How many people here are familiar with the gene keys? Okay, great. So this is going to be a synthesis of all of the above. For those of you that do know about human design and gene keys, they are an astrology-based system. We're going to go into that in this presentation. But essentially, this is a combination of all of them and how they are working together. The astrology side of what I'll be presenting will mostly be medical astrology focused, and I just kind of want to give you guys some context about how these stellar forces affect our physical nature, which happens to affect the way we feel, the way we think, and the way we move through the world. So let's dive in. So here, most of us know about astrology. Now, this is a different lens of looking at astrology. During the gestational period, while you're in your mother's womb, you are moving through certain stellar ray frequencies on the planet. Through that 9 months, that 9-month average of gestation, you are being exposed to 9 primary stellar rays, which here on Earth, what happens is those stellar rays translate into cell salts. Those rays crystallize into certain form, and that's why certain plants will bloom or flower or fruit at certain times of the year. That's why certain foods are better during certain seasons. That's because they all contain these specific cell salts. Now, can you guys guess how many essential cell salts we need to survive? 12. There are 12, just like there are 12 signs of the zodiac, just like there are 12 cranial nerves in the brain. And you can look at the significance of 12 in all of the esoteric systems and models. 12 is a very important number. And there are 12 essential cell salts that we have that form what's called the bioplasma of the blood. Without them, we don't have a working bioplasma, which means we do not have a working biofield. That means our prana, our digestive prana is very low. Emotionally, we can be swayed. And it really just boils down to the blood. Again, this is a transmission on hologenetics. So I want you to understand not just the physical genetics, but everything that is impacting that hologram that contains the information, the web of information that's stored in our DNA. So those 12 essential cell salts correspond to each of the signs. So to give you an example from a medical astrology perspective is if, for instance, I'm a Taurus, right? And I was born at the beginning of Taurus. So I can go over here and I can find Taurus, right? And I'll see the actual cell salt that I'm deficient in, which is natrium sulf is the salt that rules Taurus. But because I was born right at the beginning, I didn't get exposure to that stellar ray. My body didn't have a lot of time to accumulate that specific cell salt. And because gestation is about 9 months, I can look at a 3-month sliver, or what's right around 88 degrees in astrology. I can look at this chunk, and then this chunk, and then this chunk, and a little bit of this, and I can identify these are the cell salts that I'm deficient in. And that's why every zodiac sign has a series of medical issues that it tends to deal with. Tauruses tend to deal with neck and shoulders stuff, right? Every sign has a specific aspect of their physiology that they are struggling with, and that's because they are deficient in certain cell salts. We need all 12, but we're only exposed to 9 of them on average, right? So the deficiencies that we carry then start to cascade and domino effect into the issues that we have physically, which then is affecting our mind, it's affecting our nervous system, as Dee spoke to, and it's affecting the way that we essentially work as an antenna through our DNA to bring through a pure signal from the universal consciousness. So a lot of people don't know that about astrology, so I just want to put that on your radar because this begins to plug into the other layers of what we're going to be speaking to. And just as an insight for you all, this is in a perfect world, you're only deficient in 3. But the reality is, what deficiencies did your mother have? And what deficiencies did your father have in their genetics that combined together to create your genetics? And then what kind of deficiencies and mineral cell salts are missing from the food web? Even organically grown food is not actually that mineral dense these days because of soil depletion. So there's so many things that affect the bioplasma of the blood. And just as a suggestion, I always talk about the universal first aid kit with my friends. If there's one thing you could have in your universal first aid kit, it would be something called bioplasma, or there are other companies that sell all 12 cell salts combined together. And so whatever deficiency you have in your body, if you're taking those 12 essential cell salts daily, your body will naturally find balance wherever your deficiencies are. That's one of the best ways to take care of your health without needing to know specifics. It's an overarching way to support your health. When we get into genetics, there's 64 codons in the DNA. There happens to be a very old manuscript on this planet called the I Ching. And the I Ching has 64 hexagrams in it. A hexagram is a grouping of 6 lines. They are either open, which is yin, or they are solid, which is yang. And these different combinations of yin and yang, or you could see them as zeros and ones, just like in a computer program that are programming the DNA. They combine together to form these specific expressions of our genetics. And fascinating fun fact, Watson and Crick cracked the genetic code in the Human Genome Project, and then shortly after, we discovered that the I Ching was verbatim the human genomic sequence. Down to the fact that we even realized that the hexagrams themselves are representations of the codons themselves, because a codon is a bundling of 6 amino acids together to form that specific codon. And amino acids are essentially carrying packets of information. So each one of the codons in our DNA is a series of information that combines together to form a certain expression. Now, as you'll see here in this layout, there are all of the 64 hexagrams laid out, but they're laid out with the base pair. They're laid out with the base pairs, the G, T, A, and C, and then so those are the nucleobases in the DNA. There are only 4 different base pair combinations. Consequently, in human design, there are 4 different aura types. They actually represent the different base pairs, but each of them is attached to one of the 20 amino acids. And so now you can start to see that when there are, and we'll get into how this applies to astrology, because in human design, you don't just have the regular 12 zodiac, but you have the 64 hexagrams distributed around the wheel, which are essentially representing the 64 codons of the DNA. So now we're not just looking at a specific astrological placement that is a sign and a planet, but now you have another piece, which is you have a specific part of the DNA that's being activated and expressed, and then that corresponds to a specific amino acid, right? And then you can combine, well, what is the cell salt that corresponds to that astrology sign? Now you're starting to get actual data around how you can help enhance and take care of your DNA based on working with certain cell salts and working with specific amino acids. And then you can get down to the planets themselves, because the planets also represent certain forces, whether that's certain crystals or plants or specifically metals. And a lot of the Hermetic astrology, traditionally they are represented by metals. And there are certain metals that, in the right form, are actually very beneficial for building our blood and taking care of our health. So, for instance, like the sun is gold, Mars is iron, Venus is copper. These are all things that are found in our blood. So you could have, for instance, you want to activate love and relationships in your life, you might work with a copper, say like a plasma. There are forms of these metals that you can get that you don't have to ingest, similar to GAN's plasma, if any of you guys have heard of gases in nanostate. Yep. So you can actually get a plasma of that copper, and you can also combine it with the cell salt that you're looking for and the amino acids that you're looking for. And you can literally just carry that in your pocket, not even ingest it, and that is actually, all that information will then be emitted through a plasma field into the body. So there's certain ways that in our modern times we can work with healing the body, and not such a traditional archaic analog approach. There are ways that we can effectively, efficiently kind of hack the biofield using plasma, salts, and these aminos to basically inform the DNA. So with human design, obviously we see those 12 signs. Now we have this extra layer of the astrological calculation, which is connected to the I Ching, right? And then we have these centers. Just like you'd have chakras, but you're looking at a 9-centered system. This is not a 7-centered system, because what year is it? Okay, it's 2025. Okay. We are always evolving. So if you want to use the 7-centered chakra system, great. It's great traditional wisdom. It was really profound wisdom for the era that it was a part of. And now we are here right now, and we are evolving. And we are entering something in certain mystical traditions that is called the Ennead, or the 9-rayed being. And that's why we have 9 centers here in the human design chart. Now, those centers correspond to certain things, and we'll talk about those in a second. But they are all connected. You see these lines. Every time I turn to the right, you can't hear me, so I'm gonna adjust this to be on the right side. All right, so you'll notice that there's these lines that connect these centers. And those are called channels. And that's actually how life force channels through our body. Just as Dee was sharing earlier about the meridians, these channels are very similar to the meridians. And they are relationships between certain aspects of our DNA that form certain expressions. So in your chart, when you have a channel, you have a natural, consistent way in which life force is flowing. These are likely the meridians that are more overactive than they are underactive. And you can kind of see how the DNA and how consciousness wants to express itself and channel itself through us. There are 36 different channels in the human design body graph. They fall into different circuit groups. So we have individual circuitry, tribal circuitry, and collective circuitry. So that kind of changes the nuance of how we might express those things. Are we expressing them through our individuality? Or are we expressing them in our closest familial and friendship or tribal relationships? Or are we expressing them for the collective and we're sharing something that is a planetary influence? So all those things exist in the circuits. And those are similar to the pathways in the tree of life when you're looking at like the traditional Kabbalion Sephirot system. That's like the centers would be like the Sephiroth, and the channels would be like the pathways. So you have the tree of life model here as well. And then we have from the one of the oldest written Buddhist texts on the planet, the Pali Canon. There is a lesser known teaching of Buddha that's referred to as the Anatta. A lot of people know the the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path, but a lot of people are not familiar with the Anatta, which is the not-self doctrine. And to keep it short and sweet, what the not-self is it is an expression that is not yourself. And it's the sole cause of our suffering. And to put that quite simply, if you need to take right action in your life, and you need to be aligned with taking right action in your life, then you need to understand, or you need to be in your right mind, which means that you need to understand that there are two minds inside of you, just as you have two hemispheres. One is the true mind, the true self, and then the other mind is basically this huge radar dish that's picking up information from the field. Just as Dee said, we interact, our energy bodies interact. And so you're actually picking up information from the field around you, and you're trying to translate and decipher what's yours and what's not yours. And that radar dish is picking up information through these centers in your human design. You're absorbing information from other people. And that's, if you don't have discernment and awareness about that, then you begin amplifying and making choices that are not yourself. And that's what the not self is. And so that's a big part of human design as well. There's a lot of personality typing systems that will tell you what you are. Very few of them will tell you what you are not. And it's very helpful to know what you are not in comparison to what you are, so you can stop making choices that are based in the not self, that are leading to suffering. That way you can be more aligned with your true purpose. You can really tune into your nervous system a lot quicker around choices that you're making that are leading to your suffering. And it's just a very logical approach to navigating through life. And all of those hexagrams that we spoke about, in human design, they're referred to as gates. So there's these 64 gates, right? Well, it's nice to have keys to unlock gates, and that's where the gene keys come into play. Because you might have a gate, but you maybe need to hit the hinges with some WD-40, and you need a little key to get in there to really open wide the genetic expression, and that's where the gene keys come into play, and we'll get to those in a second. Now, in the human design chart, what you'll notice is that instead of just one set of astrological calculations, there are two sets of calculations. One is referred to as the personality calculation, and this is the yang part of you. This is the traditional tropical Western astrology calculation that is your exact moment of birth, right? That's because Western astrology is a social astrology. When I come into the world out of my mother, in that moment of individuation, I am now seen as who I will be seen as in my physical form, which is that tropical calculation is basically your personality. And that's why we use Western astrology to talk about how we see each other, because it's more of a personality-focused astrology. So that's the yang side of us. And then on the other side, we have what's referred to as the design calculation, which is a prenatal calculation. It's a calculation before our birth. And that is the yin series of information. And that is essentially connecting us to our biogenetic inheritance, to our physical body, and more of the subconscious elements of who we are, which are not what we see necessarily consciously reflected through our personality. And these are two different strands of information, just like there are two strands of information in a helix that combine together. You have these two strands of astrological information that are combined together. And in the spirit of mysticism, we obviously have the 12 around one, the sun, just as there are the 12 disciples around the one. You can kind of see where I'm getting here. There's a mystical side of this. So we have these 13 calculations over here, and then another 13, which combined is 26, which how many letters are in the alphabet of English? Okay, all right, you see where I'm going here. So this is basically the alphabet of you and who you are. This is your information. So these two strands combined together, You have one side which is your self-reflected self-consciousness, your mind, and then the other side which is your subconscious somatic vault of information, which is your body. And this is from, there are many ways to look at a chart. One of the ways that I like to explore is all the many layers, and now we're kind of talking about more of the physical, medical side of things. But if you wanted to better understand your soul, where your soul is coming from, you would look at your personality information, right? Because this is the thing that animates you. And if you wanted to understand your physical genetics and more of your ancestry, you would look at the design side, because this is the information from your mother, this is the information from your father or the father, which is where your spirit comes from. So you can look at these many layers. And then if you, say, wanted to explore more of who am I as a star being, who am I as a universal ambassador that's also here on this planet, you would then use the sidereal calculation, which is used in Vedic, because it's used to it's calculated based off of the fixed stars in the precession. So this is more of, you know, here's my soul, right? Here's my body, and then if I use that third calculation, this is who I am as a universal intelligence. So you could look at your biogenetics, what I'd call your paragenetics, which is like your soul genetics, and then you would look at your star consciousness, which would be more of your endogenetics, which is another great layer to look at, genetically speaking. Now, to give you guys some context, can I just get a time count? 5 more? Okay. So one of the things to understand about a chart is that you have defined elements and you have undefined elements. So anything that's colored in your chart is referred to as defined. And this is your reliable nature. This is like mastered it in your last life, brought it into this life, no problem. You can just pull it out of your pocket whenever you need it. And on the other side is what's considered open. And your openness is an inconsistent reflection and mirroring of your surroundings and your influences. This can be the people in your life. This could be conditioning from your parents, your loved ones, from what you see on TV, what you listen to musically, the things and culture that you're interested in, and even the planetary forces themselves can be putting pressure on you to reflect certain energies. That's why the transits will affect everyone at the same time, and everyone's kind of going through their own personal thing, but there is a collective energy that's happening. And it's we're very susceptible to its influence in the open parts of our chart. So this inconsistent reflection is basically this pinging back and forth between the signal of definition, nature, and then the openness, which is the receiver, which is nurture. This is where you get nature versus nurture. And ultimately what our openness is it is the brilliant curiosity of our inner child, because it does not have its mind made up about something. It's just open and curious and full of wonder, right? And so these open parts of us aren't necessarily bad, or they're not inherently an issue. But what happens is our society puts a lot of pressure on the openness, and it puts specifically it puts a lot of pressure on children to make up their minds. Why do we ask kids when they're 5, what do you want to be when you grow up? Like, why are we doing that, right? We need to let them be who they are and sort it out with their own inner authority, and they can be self-led and self-guided to that. If we stop putting pressure on them, stop conditioning them to be a certain way, or to, be like us, or fit into a certain little box of homogenization. Now, this signal and receiver is constantly playing off of itself when we are in our relationships and interactions and in group fields. And so, we really have to lean into understanding our chart, because that is our true self, and that's what it means to live our design. We are all instilled with a certain blueprint of destiny and certain mechanisms of how to channel that in our chart. And on the other side, we have all this external conditioning, which can develop something called the not self. Because, for instance, this is an open emotional center. So if this person is constantly picking up signals of emotional influence in their life, as a child, they're just going to be amplifying their parents' emotions. So if there's a fight in the home, that child is going to be maybe crying a lot that day, or they're going to be combative that day. They're actually just amplifying and mirroring the energy that they're exposed to. And then what happens is we identify that kid is being out of line and they need to be reprimanded, and then they're being punished for actually mirroring your emotion, which then just enforces a cycle of suffering. And eventually that kid learns to avoid confrontation and truth. Each open center has a specific not self question. The emotional center would be avoiding confrontation and truth. So what does that kid become? They become a people pleaser, or they become super rebellious and they don't want to take accountability because they don't want to be caught up in any sort of emotional back and forth, right? And this is what later develops into our adult ways of showing up and how our nervous system is a little skewed from its original energy. Now, I know we have a very little amount of time here, so I'm trying to cram a lot. Time check, I've probably got 2 minutes, Mike? Okay, cool. So here are the centers, and I'll just give these as examples. There are 2 different pressure centers. Notice how they are connected to certain physiology. So the head is connected to our hypothalamus, the root is connected to our adrenal glands and our stress hormone producers. These are pressure centers, okay? We live in a pressure sandwich as humans. Pressure from below, pressure to move and act, pressure from above to think and solve things and have answers. Then we have our awareness centers. We have our physical awareness, our mental awareness, and our emotional awareness. Notice how they are also connected to these physiological places in our body and our immune system. So you can see that if you begin to dishonor your physical awareness, you're going to have some issues with your lymphatic system and your spleen. It's going to impact your immune system. So when we start dishonoring these things, we don't have right relationship with them, this is actually how certain physical things arise and express themselves to get our attention. And if we are burning off a certain cell salt because we are retroactively like putting a lot of stress on that part of our physiology, we'll also start depleting that certain cell salt. Then we maybe start craving certain foods because we want to get a certain amino acid and certain salts to rebuild that part of us. So this is all interconnected just with our physical nature and our physical responses to life. All of these emotions, thoughts, everything is interconnected. Then you have these 4 motors. So there's 4 motors in the chart. These are the things that drive energy and processes. Okay, again, they are connected to other parts of our physiology. Then we have the G center, which is the inner compass, or it's the God center, or the geometry center. It's what guides us through life along a certain trajectory or a certain geometry. And it is what gives us the God spark. And then lastly, we have the throat center. So these are all the different centers in our human design. Based on if they are defined or undefined, they will express in different ways, in consistent or inconsistent ways. And I'm going to skip that last piece. That is more physiology stuff. And then last, we have the gene keys, which are essentially, this is where I'll wrap it up, is that the gene keys are like, you remember back in the day when you had your locker in school and you had a little combination lock and you had to go 1 turn this way, stop on this number, 2 turns this way, stop on this number. Well, in the gene keys, you're taking all the human design information, but you're laying them out into these sequences, which are basically these different combination lock sequences for how to unlock certain aspects of the DNA. You might want to use your activation sequence, which is unlocking something referred to as your incarnation cross, or in astrology referred to as your solar cross, right? These are the 4 primary gifts that you're here to utilize. It's really what defines the box or the crosshair, if you will, of what's your destiny, where you're going, what is your aim in this life. Then we have something called the Venus sequence, which is all about love and partnership. That also gets into the gestational phases, the trimester phases of the gestation, and it shows us certain wounding mechanisms during those trimester phases. It can actually help you see certain problems that were maybe taking place before you were born during the trimesters and the challenges that your mother and father faced in bringing you into the world. And those consequently create certain wounds, certain layers of armor that unfold themselves into these 7-year periods of Saturn as it squares every 7 years. That's a very fascinating sequence. I'd say it's the heart of the work, and it really kind of shows you how you defend your heart and how you shut down love in your life. And there are certain mental, emotional, and spiritual/physical defense mechanisms that we have that keep us from allowing love in. And then last, we have the pearl, which is our prosperity sequence, which is more so attached to what we're here to give humanity with our life. So these sequences can also help us unlock and unravel certain aspects of the DNA. So I just want to say thank you to all of you. Thanks for tuning in. This was a jam-packed, little over 30 minutes. But if you guys want to chat and hang out and talk about this stuff afterwards, I'll have a table set up here soon with my Rife machine. So I'll have some amazing healing devices, and we can talk about how these things apply to actual frequency-based technologies and plasma technologies and scalar technologies. So feel free to join me. You can scan the QR. That'll take you to my launch page. There are some free chart builders and some free resources there as well. And if you don't want to do the QR scan, you can use the URL at the bottom. Again, my name is Indan. I appreciate you all for tuning in, and happy to chat with you guys after this. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. My name is Cassandra. I don't have no fancy presentation pictures for you to look at, but I'm here to talk about the hormone brain-body connection. There he is. Daddy's coming. All right. I'm no professional or anything. Hormones are just something I've been so passionate about for these past few years, and I've just learned all this knowledge and take it in from books and videos and all these things. And once I really started figuring out that hormones are like the root for how disease develops and how different endocrine disruptive womb problems develop, I started realizing that there are more than just the simple endocrine hormones, right? The estrogen, progesterone, testosterone, those are the ones that most people know. But our whole body system's developed through over 50 different hormones, and they all run the whole functioning of our organs, our pineal gland, and every function in our body, and how that overlaps into itself. So we have the pineal gland, which is like the main transducer for all of the hormones. And this is the one that signals to all the other hormones, how are we going to function today? What are we going to produce? And we now are in such a heavily estrogen-dominant society due to all the xenoestrogens being pumped in our water, in our food, the non-organic food. And it's become such a problem that now you're seeing young girls hit puberty before the age of 10. And this 100 years ago was unspoken of. And you're seeing it also change and manipulate our brain chemistry. So when we have such high amounts of estrogen and testosterone, our brain is now sending signals to the body that we feel more like a woman or we feel more like a man. And these hormones have such a play in how the brain functions. It causes more depression or anxiety, or can really influence how we see and view ourselves. And that's why I believe there are so many people nowadays that are coming out to be more transgender or whatever. But no judgment there. This is all just knowledge-based, of course. And I think my biggest concern for the younger population is now we are saying it's okay to pump them with superficial hormones in their bodies, and now we're seeing very, very high cases of suicide, depression, anxiety, and we don't know these long-term effects on the brain and on the body. And the cases that we are now seeing are seeing how it's developing like in frogs or in animals, and they'll put the frogs in androgen, is which is one of the hormones that manipulates most of the estrogen. And we're seeing these frogs changing biologically, going from male to female. And even the eggs will change biologically. And so thinking about how this is affecting us, because this is being pumped through the water systems and through the non-organic foods, being sprayed all over the non-organic foods. And it seems so simple to go into a grocery store and be like, oh, it's fine. I'm just going to grab the cheapest foods because it's what's available and what's easy. And we don't realize that it's affecting the biggest system in our body, which is the hormonal system. This system governs the blood pressure, the metabolism, the sleep, the mood, the reproduction, the gut, and microbiome. So that's why it can almost be traced back to all the diseases. You see diabetes or, a bunch of different diseases that are male and female. It really doesn't matter because we're all being affected by the endocrine disruptors. For women, estrogen is like the main dominant one that is most influenced, and it could be more of an antidepressant. So if you're noticing you're really low in estrogen, then you're more likely to be more depressed. For men, that's testosterone. So, see, every time I look down, I get distracted where my flow just wants to go, right? So, yeah, I think this system is so complex, and we don't really realize that all these things in society and that we're intaking are heavily affecting it. Pans with Teflon on it, these are your regular pans that you're getting at the stores, right? So we want to be using the stainless steel or the cast iron, which is not going to be affecting the endocrine system. Filtering your water, making sure you don't have fragrances in your home, which are heavily, heavily disrupted. And that fragrance can be essential oils. Some essential oils will pretend that they're actual pure essential oils, but they're actually fragrances. And it's hard to know these days because they're really not monitored and have the real tools on there to tell you if it's really pure. So artificial pesticides and non-organic foods is so heavily processed in our culture, especially in America. You really don't see these problems in other places of the world, especially when it comes to our children and how badly they're affected by these hormone disruptors. And it's illegal in Europe, but here it's sprayed 7 million pounds in the US every year. Atrazine is sprayed on our crops. And now you're seeing the genetic makeup of even the seeds that are supposed to be non-GMO are changing, and we don't know if it's GMO or non-GMO. Even though it has the labeling, the seeds, like wheat, for instance, has been sprayed for so long that now the seeds of wheat are even affected, and that's why we have such a bad gluten problem here. And birth control is the biggest one that affects our hormones so negatively. I was on it for such a small period of time in my life, and I instantly knew, oh my gosh, I've never wanted to jump off a cliff, but I definitely want to jump off a cliff when I was on hormone, And there are non-hormonal birth controls, and I really insist on telling, especially the young generation, you can track your cycles. It's way more efficient than people believe it to be, and it comes down to 3 things: your basal body temperature, your cervical fluid, and where your cervix is. So when you know your body, you know these things. It takes a little bit of research and really understanding this process. But telling other women that they don't have to be on hormonal birth control could really save a life, and it could save their mental health and their emotional health. And nowadays, especially the younger generation from 16, 15, even 13 years old, are so pushed to get on these birth controls, and if you get on it so young when your brain isn't developed yet, it has detrimental effects for the rest of your life. Say if you're on hormonal birth control from 16 to even 25, your brain now has a different functioning than it could have had, and you are 80% more likely to have high depression, high anxiety, infertility. And these things affect us on so many levels, and they are not taught about in the doctor's office. They don't tell you what this is going to do to your body. And now you're finding women that go in there for endometriosis or PCOS or problems with their womb, and they are told birth control is going to be the answer. Well, let me tell you, that is a very wrong thing to tell somebody, because it actually is the biggest problem. It might suppress the cysts, it might suppress the endometriosis pain, but it's not going to help you and it's not going to heal you. And we need to tell these women out there that this is not the only way. There are other ways. And the biggest way is the natural way. You know, get off all of the non-organic things, stop doing the processed food, try to stay away from fragrances, and you can get on simple things like Shilajit and more natural like wild yam. You can use wild yam cream, and that can help to balance hormones. There are lots of things that balance hormones out there that we just don't know about yet. That's what I'm trying to educate people on. So yeah, any questions real quick before I continue? Okay. Well, if there's anybody out there that knows of younger people that are struggling, I am here to assist them in any of these things that people struggle with today, which is really big on infertility, endometriosis, PCOS, and I'm a huge advocate for helping them find the natural way to cleanse and re-purify their womb and get on some healthier supplements. Organ meats can be really great at rebalancing our hormones for both men and women. So with men nowadays, even their estrogen is so highly affected that you're seeing, you know, really early hair loss. You're seeing gaining so much weight and not being able to lose it. Those are all estrogen dominant things. And they're affected just as much as the women. And I think that if we get back in this organic lifestyle and we can get on the organ meats, which some people might have, you know, opposing views to the organ meats, but for the men, the organ meats that they're looking for, of course, are the testicles and all those things that contain high amounts of healthy, pure, natural ways of rebalancing the hormones. For the women, it's all the reproductive organs of the cows. And those come in capsules. You can find them online. There's a really good brand called Primal. And the wild yam cream, men can also use it if they're having too low of estrogen, I would say. I wouldn't, you know, of course, I'm not a doctor, so don't consult me. Consult your doctor, as they might say, you know. I don't want to go to jail. No, I'm just kidding. But that's all I have for you guys today. Thank you so much, and I hope that helps.
So today, I have listed on the schedule, I want to talk about Kundalini balancing exercises. Now, Kundalini is a word from Sanskrit that means coiled serpent, and it's a little confusing. Why are we talking about a serpent? But this is about chakras, and we've had multiple people talk about chakras so far, and all this is great information, and I want to put a little bit of a different spin on the discussion of chakras because I think it's very important and central to our personal growth and balancing, our spiritual development, and the way in which our metaphysical self is connected to our physical self, I feel, is through the chakra system. That's why there are organs that correspond to the chakras, because there are actual positions in the spinal column that the organs are connected to, and those energy centers are both metaphysical in the inner dimensions, and they're manifested in the physical dimensions in our body. So chakras are described in the Law of One or the Raw Contact books as being the meeting point between our inner and outer natures. We have the outer nature that we're very aware of, that we're inundated with, and we have the inner nature that is where our thoughts are and our spirit is working through, and what they call the tree of mind. But I guess I could stop for a second and say the Law of One books are pretty much my favorite books, and you can find them at llresearch.org and on Amazon. And they used to be called the Raw Material. The latest editions are called the Raw Contact. These books were channeled in early 80s. 1981 is when most of the material was channeled I'll be talking about, and channeled through a woman named Carl Ruckert. And I absolutely love the way they describe things. And to me, it's just given me a very comprehensive cosmology on really the way everything works in the universe, the spiritual reasons that we're here, and the way in which we're evolving. All of it is discussed. But to take a step back, this concept of the Kundalini and the chakras is obviously a very ancient one. And the coiled serpent is really the idea that there is a raising up that happens that unwinds that which is coiled up and not opened yet in all of the chakras. So as the serpent rises, as we are seeking to do anything in life, we're seeking along different levels of vibration or different levels of perspective. I think this is a huge point to make relating to chakras, is that the chakras correspond to ways in which we are viewing the world, the lenses through which we are seeing things. And this is very well summarized. This is a brief overview. I'll talk about this in more detail. And ultimately, I want to get into the nature of why balancing is occurring on each of these different levels, and understanding where your balancing needs to occur. You can target that chakra, you can target that kind of balancing, and just as a simple example, by carrying around carnelian, there was a woman in town named Jane Kieran, and there was a psychic in the UK who simultaneously recommended different readings I got, recommended carnelian for me, and I kept that in my pocket, and that seemingly opened me up in a lot of ways. But that's because it's the color, and it's relatively convenient that chakras correspond to colors, and the colors of the crystals that we may have on our body will actually magnetize that vibrational energy. But the simplest explanation that it's in the Raw Contact books of how the chakras correspond to our perceptions and our lens on reality, and this is maybe a slightly different spin than other people who talk about energy centers. Energy centers and chakras are the same concept in the Raw Contact, but they're not necessarily in other disciplines. But I'll use those terms interchangeably, chakras and energy centers. And but they say each experience that we receive will be sequentially understood by the growing and seeking mind-body-spirit complex, which is an individual. We are mind, body, and spirit complexes in one individual. Each experience will be sequentially understood as we are growing and seeking. First, in terms of survival, which is the red chakra. Everything is in terms of survival initially, and we can fall back in that state when we're blocked. Then, in terms of personal identity, in the orange. Then, in terms of social relations, in the yellow, the solar plexus. Then, in terms of universal love, in the heart. And I could even restate this to make it easier. Each experience will be understood in terms of survival. Each experience will be understood in terms of personal identity. Each experience will be understood in terms of social relations. And that's where a lot of the planet right now is blocked and struggling and suffering, is just on those first three: survival, personal identity, and social relations, and the way in which we are manipulating one another, and the way in which our society is imposing madness on us. That's all a part of the yellow ray blockage, the solar plexus, which is traditionally called the ego. When it's used in a negative sense, the ego is when people are seeing themselves as separate from one another. That's related to the yellow ray blockage, and we're seeing ourselves in power and control games all the time. But then when you can break through that and you can see in terms of wanting peace and joy and love for others, when you break through all the blockages of the lower chakras, then you're seeing in the green in terms of universal love. And then if you develop enough love in your heart, you'll begin seeing in terms of how the experience may beget free communication. Open and honest communication from the heart happens when the heart is open, and that coiled serpent raises up to our throat chakra, and we're seeing in terms of how can we radiate love with our voice, radiate love with our actions and our being, and we are working with the blue ray then. And I think a lot of us are at that, especially when you're in a long-term relationship. There can be a lot of blockages to open and honest communication that you realize could be worked on, and you start working on those over time, and that's a long journey. And then finally, next is the indigo, the pineal center, and they say that is working, seeing in terms of how the experience may be linked to universal energies. And this is a somewhat abstract phrase, universal energies, which can mean, for me, it can mean the transmutation of perceptions of finite experience, limited, specific experiences, to seeing more in terms of universal energies. And the astrology is a huge one, where we can see how there are flows of energies that are all interrelated. And these universal energies are connected to the way in which manifestation is unfolding on a deeper level than what we tend to see in the physical, in terms of the laws of physics. Because the laws of metaphysics are the laws of the spiritual dimensions, which are also the laws of time. And the way things are unfolding in time is metaphysics. The way things are unfolding in space is physics. But the way things are unfolding in time is a parallel dimension, set of dimensions, which are the time dimensions. And there's 3 time dimensions according to the Law of One books and according to the physicist Dewey Larson, who was flagged as being one of the people who had this right, that there's a reciprocal system of interactions between the physical and the metaphysical that happens because both time and space are flowing in and out of each other in these 2 parallel realities, one of which could be called space-time that we're experiencing, the other one would be called time-space by the raw contact or by Dewey Larson. And the time-space dimensions can be perceived in your dream plane more easily, and people who go into trance can tap into more awareness, and people who are obviously precognitive, and I think we all are able to see a few seconds in the future, have a feeling when things are about to happen that will be emotionally significant. That's because you have a little bit of a window into the time-space dimensions, and you see something right close to you is coming at you in time. And so our metaphysical vision, which is more opened through the third eye, will allow us to see across time. And this also, can get into theories about how time travel could be possible. But ultimately, if you understand that you're in a position in space and a position in time, and everything else can be a place that you travel to or don't travel to, then you can see how timelines are not static or linear. Timelines are the direction of your spiritual body traveling in particular directions. And so we can all be on parallel but slightly divergent timelines, and we can reconverge, and we'll have Mandela effect experiences. I'm sure everyone here has heard of the Mandela effect by now. But that's worth researching if you haven't found out about the Mandela effect. It's kind of a way to open up your perception on the nature of the fluidity of the time dimensions that we're flowing through and experiencing different realities. And finally, at the crown chakra, where every experience will be understood in terms of the sacramental nature of each experience. And this is probably a word that most people don't use very often, the sacraments. This is obviously a strong religious tone to it. But the raw contact books will often say that one of the most useful exercises we can do is to see the Creator in ourselves, see the infinite Creator in others, see the infinite Creator everywhere, and see the love in the moment. And that's basically the same thing as seeing the Creator in everyone. And when you see the Creator in everyone, you are essentially deepening your sense of reverence for what it is that we're doing here. When you're appreciative with gratitude that goes beyond words, with the reverence of what an infinite Creator is wanting in this moment, to be able to have this beautiful experience with so many profound lessons, there's a sense of the sacramental coming more into view. And when you release yourself from the illusions of separation, the illusions that there is something wrong with this world, and you can see the perfection of the plan that is choosing to unfold in all these different individuals as the Creator, knowing itself. When you can appreciate it with the highest light, then that's what they chose the word sacramental. The sacramental nature of each experience becomes accessible. And another good quote about the opening of the indigo I could throw in here. The indigo ray, the third eye, which gives us the window into the infinite Creator, the sacrament at the crown chakra. The indigo ray is opened only through considerable discipline and practice, largely having to do with acceptance of self, not only as the polarized and balanced self, but as the Creator, as an entity of infinite worth. This will begin to activate the indigo ray. So indigo ray is another way of saying the indigo chakra and the energies that are coming in through that ray. And it's interesting that you use the word ray because we're talking essentially about pure light. in a spectrum. So you have rays of light that are coming in through our beingness in these colors. These different colors are a very helpful way of looking at it. So taking a step back, I'll talk about Kundalini in general. Kundalini was, if you search for Kundalini exercises on YouTube, you'll find a million things. You'll find emphasis on the need for activating your chakras through devotion, service, working on your purity, your discipline, your compassion, your honesty. All these are valuable philosophies to pursue. You'll find a lot of mental techniques that you can do to open up your chakras. You'll find what are called bijas or seed mantras. People often recommend chanting the Sanskrit vibrations of each chakra, like Lam, Vam, Ram, and these correspond to the different chakras. And this is another great technique that you can practice. And you can focus your awareness on the colors or on the different positions of the chakras, and you can gain more appreciation of those energies, which correspond to the different levels of perception. What I wanted to emphasize today is that you can augment your experience of all these Kundalini raising meditations when you have a comprehension that there are these levels of perceptions and blockages that are corresponding to each one. There's a lot of warnings about activating your Kundalini too quickly, and people have had psychotic episodes from doing very powerful Kundalini exercises. Some of it can come with breath work, but I think that most people don't have any issue. But it's just good to be aware that there are, when you're working very directly with chakras, it's good to be aware that they are things that you might have attachments through and to, and understanding the nature of those attachments can help you release from them as you're attempting to raise the locus of the meeting place of the inner and outer nature, attempting to raise the Kundalini and look at things from the new light, the new perspective, the higher perspective that you're raising that Kundalini to. And there's many, many visualizations you can find on YouTube that will help you, and mantras to calm the mind, to help you get closer to working on each of these energetic issues and blockages. And obviously there's many people recommending proper nutrition, adequate rest, and bodily exercises. And this is a huge part of yoga, asanas, the way in which people are positioning their body can reorient the natural energy pathways. So in the Ra context, they talk about primary energy centers, which are the 7 I'm talking about, but that there are also secondary and tertiary energy centers, which go all throughout the entire body. And all these other energy centers are usually what would be called the meridian system, or what the acupuncturists would use. And this is different for every person. There might be slight differences in the way in which these work throughout the body. So I think yoga can help us with stuck energies when we're holding an energy in a different part of our body. But what I'm going to focus on is the spinal column, the primary energy centers. And yeah, there's lots of breath work people are doing. There's alternate nostril breathing called Nada Shohana, deep breathing exercises, mudras, which are the gestures, kriyas, the subtle practices. So breath work is very powerful at activating energy and breaking through. If you're ready to break through, if you're holding on to something very tightly, you're very attached to something in your life, that can be something that just makes it very unpleasant to try to raise your energy until you release from that. So Ra says, the most important concept to grasp about the energy field is that the lower or negative pole, the red chakra, will draw the universal energy into itself from the cosmos. The outer is pulled in through the red. Therefrom, it will move upward to be met and reacted to by the positive spiraling energy moving downward from within. So the crown chakra could be said to be within. The red chakra represents the energy outside of us. That's why it's survival based. Maybe I get somebody to turn down the knob there. I don't know. Is it too loud? Is it echoing? Or hot mic? It's good. All right. Is energy, well, the measure of an entity's level of ray activity is the locus wherein the south pole outer energy has been met by the inner spiraling positive energy. So there's two energies that are meeting at the point where this serpent has raised. As an entity grows more polarized, meaning more in love for self or others, polarization usually relates to choosing a path of love. As an entity grows more polarized, this locus will move upwards. This phenomenon has been called by our peoples the Kundalini. However, it may be better thought of as the meeting place of the cosmic and inner, shall we say, vibratory understanding. The cosmic and the inner meeting place of vibratory understanding. To attempt to raise the locus of this meeting place without realizing the metaphysical principles of magnetism upon which this depends is to invite great imbalance. So magnetism is a fascinating concept because it really does relate to the inner, the hidden fields of energy that are always metaphysically linked. So I do believe that the Earth, is a very metaphysical being, the Sun is a very metaphysical being, and the magnetics of the Earth shift and are obviously related to spiritual ley lines. When people get on the ley lines of the Earth, because of the magnetic effects, you will have the boost in energy along different pathways. That could be why people are congregated in certain locations in the country. It just feels good to be in certain places because of the magnetism. So another area I wanted to touch on was the balancing. And I guess I could start with some explanations of the issues people run into. They said that when you're working on balancing, the red center is not balanced quite the same as the orange and yellow. The red energy center is more like the core fundamental strengthening ray. So the more you have an energy which is very strong in your ability to exist as a being, to survive, to be solid in your energy, and there's many ways to energize yourself. That's the foundational red energy. So balance there very often just relates to making sure that your survival needs are taken care of, and you're very confident in your energy. But there are ways to continuously energize yourself. But that's the foundation where all the energy is coming from, is our outer nature. The body can be fueled with adaptogenic herbs, with food, and all those things contribute to the red ray energy that can be fueling the potentials for higher experience in the energy center system and the chakras. The next energy complex, which is the orange, which may be blocked, is called the emotional or personal complex. This blockage will often demonstrate itself as personal eccentricities or distortions with regard to self-conscious understanding or acceptance of self. So the way in which we identify or feel that we are not accepted, the way in which we identify with the ways in which we feel we are different and not accepted in our individual personality, that's all the orange ray blockage. So to get free of that, you basically just have to get over yourself to a degree and think more about in terms of social relations from the vantage point of the orange that is blocked. And then when you're in the yellow, the third blockage resembles the most closely what you've called the ego. It is the yellow ray or solar plexus center. Blockages in the center will often manifest as distortions towards power manipulation and other social behaviors concerning those close and those associated with the mind-body-spirit complex. So this is where they said to fully unblock the yellow ray, it is helpful to think only of other selves' joy, peace, and comfort. Wish only for other selves joy, peace, and comfort. And so some people may have fear that if you're only wishing for the best in others all the time, that you can become taken advantage of, and that becomes another blockage that can hold us back from open-hearted love. And this is what our society is constantly programming us to do, is to withhold ourselves because we feel too vulnerable if we open up to love fully. But I think that there's natural protections that come with open-hearted love, and the universe will guide us into the areas of wisdom over time that make it so that we don't have to worry so much about the power games that people are playing. We don't have to look in that lens to open up the heart. The center of heart, or green ray, is the center from which third density beings, which means humans on Earth, may springboard towards infinite intelligence. So this is a springboard center. Blockages in this area may manifest as difficulties in expressing what you may call universal love or compassion. And this is, I've seen a lot of people argue the point that there is no such thing as universal love. There's no such thing as unconditional love, because people are aiming for a feeling that is a good feeling, that is what they get from helping others and being loving. But I think that this sort of misses the the very wide potentials of range of experiences. A person can be in pain and still be in great love and having no positive experience, but still pursuing love so strongly that they're dedicated to not caring what their body is registering. And I think it is a categorically different experience when you have true unconditional love. It's not something that's a selfish thing that you're seeking. It's something that is the lens through which you're seeing reality. You're seeing others as yourself instead of as separate from you. And so serving others is serving you, serving others is serving God. You can look in these lenses and it becomes obvious and automatic that love is what we're here for. Once you reach that level of activation. And the blue ray center, the throat chakra, is the center from which, for the first time, is outgoing as well as inpouring. Those blocked in this area may have difficulty in grasping the spirit-mind complexes of their own selves. You may have difficulty even understanding your own self and what's going on in your mind if you have blockages in the blue ray and being open and honest with yourself. And further difficulty in expressing such understandings of self. So you won't be able to even talk about what's going on in your mind if you're blocked in the center because you can't even see what's going on in your mind. It's harder to understand yourself. But openness and honesty is the central teaching there. And the next center is the pineal or indigo ray center. Those blocked in the center may experience a lessening of the influx of intelligent energy, which is an abstract way of saying the energy of the creation, the energy of the universe coming in its pure cosmic form. Experience less of that cosmic energy due to manifestations which appear as unworthiness. So the core blockage of the indigo ray, they say, can be distilled in the word unworthiness. And there's a lot of ways in which people can feel separate and that they're not a part of the divine plan that is perfect and whole and complete. But that's just the blockage that has to be worked on to get over that and see that you are used by God, that you are a spark of the Creator, and that everything is flowing through you in a completely worthy way, completely chosen by the free will of an infinite Creator. Nothing unworthy. The next thing I want to talk about here is the balancing exercises that Ra suggested. And this subject first came up when the questioner, this was a Q&A session basically between a physicist, Don Elkins, asking through the conscious channel, the unconscious channeler in trance state, Carla Rucker. She didn't have any memory of what she was saying. So it was like Don was just having a conversation, and Ra, who was speaking through Carla, would not give statements without a question being asked. They required there to be an invitation for them to feel the free will balance of responding to that question. But Don asked the question, what would we do first if we want to become effective healers? And Ra interpreted this to mean metaphysical, miraculous energy healing. And they went into a series of practices which can be found in session 5 in the books, which you can find at lawofone.info or llresearch.org. And they said the prerequisite for working on the mind is to retain silence of self at a steady state. The mind must be open like a door. The key is silence. So to work on yourself and finding truer balance, you have to spend time meditating. Find a way to silence your mind, not be so distracted, get back into balance through silence, and find those inner doors. Within the door lies a hierarchical construction you may liken unto geography and in some ways geometry, for the hierarchy is quite regular, bearing inner relationships. And that's kind of profound. Not everyone can get a sense of that, but I'll talk about that a little bit more in a little bit here. The structures of the mind that we begin to perceive. To begin to master the concept of mental discipline, it is necessary to examine the self. And they also described another point that there are 3 disciplines of the personality: know yourself, accept yourself, become the creator, or become a co-creator of experiential occurrences by no longer being caught up in yourself. Knowing yourself is a process that happens on every one of the chakra levels. Accepting yourself happens on every one of the chakra levels, although most of that work that we're blocked in is happening on the orange level right now. But knowing yourself is the prerequisite for accepting yourself. and moving on in your identity beyond the separate self into the cosmic self. So to begin to master the concept of mental discipline, it is necessary to examine the self. The polarities of your dimension must be internalized. And they give some examples. Where you find patience within your mind, you must consciously find the corresponding impatience and vice versa. When you find patience within your mind, you must consciously find the corresponding impatience and vice versa. Every thought that a being has in its turn an antithesis. The disciplines of the mind involve, first of all, identifying both those things of which you approve and those things of which you disapprove within yourself, and then balancing each and every positive and negative charge with its equal. The mind contains all things, therefore you must discover this completeness within yourself. So, at first, when I read this, patience sounds like a very positive thing. Why would that need to be in balance? And I can certainly see having a 3-year-old now, where if I'm overly patient with him, I can't just let him run my life. There has to be a balance, a give and take. So I can be impatient with my son and get him to bed on a reasonable time, and that's actually helpful to both of us. And there's some wisdom in that. But I also feel like when you're looking within yourself, you're doing this exercise, looking for things which you approve of and which you disapprove of, you may actually think of yourself as very patient, and you may have an attachment to that thought. You may think of yourself as loving, but the thought of I am a loving person is not the same thing as love. There's a distinction there when we're attached to something that seems separate from the world. When we're not open-hearted in our experience of the world, we might think about ourselves more and in terms of ourselves more, and those are the personal identity things that are holding us back from love. And one of the ways they describe balance is not indifference. Indifference to, am I loving or unloving? Am I patient or impatient? It's not indifference, but it's rather the observer not being blinded by any feelings of separation, but rather fully imbued with love. So the feelings of separation, I am loving, maybe that person is not. Those feelings of separation are what are blinding us from seeing the truth of the oneness of our connectedness to everyone, and the way in which the lessons are unfolding as being a collective journey. But the core of the exercise really is looking for these things that you approve of and you disapprove of yourself, and then having a meditation where you will actually take a strong charge in you. And you can think back in the evenings, think back on your day. Does anything emotionally affect you? And then try to get to the point within yourself where you can experience the opposite experience. You may want to do visualizations to get there. Be creative. You can't just force it, because you won't have a genuine expression of the opposite experience. But if you can have all the experiences to balance out your energies and your karma within yourself in your meditations, you bypass the need to experience karma in the physical reality. And this is also why they say at one point, forgiveness and karma are intertwined. Forgiveness is the stoppage of the wheel of karma. Karma is like inertia. Forgiveness is like putting the brakes on the car. That car that's moving along in a certain direction can lead to a lot of experiences in your life, but if you recognize that within yourself and you allow yourself to feel the opposite charges from the charges that you've been experiencing, then you can deal with all that junk inside of you, work through all of it in your meditations, and it can be dealt with very quickly, entirely internally. And that's part of this discipline of knowing yourself, then accepting yourself. And knowing yourself is understanding what these distortions are that have the two sides, the two aspects. And the second mental discipline is acceptance of the completeness within your consciousness. Each acceptance smooths part of the many distortions that the faculty you call judgment engenders. And then the third discipline is gazing outwards and completing and repeating the process with others. And when we see somebody as a certain way that we feel is imbalanced, that's bringing emotion out of us, if we can actually in ourselves, for example, patience or impatience, we can reverse that and see them as the opposite. And it's like seeing two sides of a coin. I know that I am you and you are me, and we both have this in us in the deepest places of us. And I believe is my personal belief, this wasn't stated in the material, that the more we see those in our life in balance and not in these polarized fashions, the more easily they can balance and find that balance within themselves too, because we're all connected through the conscious fields. And so I feel like our ability to love others is actually transforming them without them even having to have any interactions with us, because that conscious ability to see differently in balance is allowing the karma to be collectively processed and collectively removed and released. So there's plenty of other examples of positive and negative charges. You could see yourself as creative or uninspired. You could see yourself as calm or overly busy, kind or cruel, disciplined or procrastinating, trustworthy, untrustworthy. There's many ways to look at these things. And I'm out of time now, but I'll wrap up saying in session 5, they also go into the body. And the body is the second area where we need to find balance in all the things that can hold us back. And there's some simple examples here. Male and female were the examples that they gave. If you're focused on your maleness as being so great or your femaleness as being so great, you miss the lens of the completeness within both genders. And it's the same with foods and cravings and tensions in your body versus relaxations. There's a balance to be found everywhere with all the bodily sensations. And the most important point I want to get at is here. The third area is the spiritual balancing, which, as they say, is the longest. The exploration and balancing of the spirit complex is indeed the longest and most subtle part of your learned teaching. We have considered the mind as a tree. The mind controls the body, with the mind single-pointed, balanced, and aware. The mind has to be single-pointed, balanced, and aware. This is what we're getting to when we're doing the balancing exercises. You're not scattered in your mind, you're single-pointed in your consciousness. And the body comfortable in whatever biases and distortions make it appropriately balanced for that instrument. They're using the word distortion to mean practically anything. But whatever biases and feelings of the body make it balanced for you, so that you're not overly concerned with the body, you're able to free yourself from distractions of emotional charges tied to the body. When your mind is balanced, your body is balanced, the instrument, the body, the individual is then ready to proceed with the great work. That is the work of wind and fire. The spiritual body energy field is a pathway or channel. When body and mind are receptive and open, then the spirit can become a functioning shuttle or communicator from the entity's individual energy of will upwards and from the streamings of the creative fire and wind downwards. So these are very abstract, sort of symbolic and mysterious metaphors or concepts. The fire and the wind are ways in which we can view the spirit, and becoming more like fire, becoming more like wind, is becoming more like the infinite spirit that blows and burns through manifestation and reshapes manifestation according to the will of an infinite source. And the sun is a great example of the creator that we see. And there's a suggestion when they're discussing the Tarot that becoming the archetype of the sun is a central journey, becoming the light of the sun, fully radiant, fully without any hindrance, but the joy of bringing great, powerful light through our identity. When we identify with that light or we identify with the wind, that is another way of seeing ourselves blowing through creation, unhindered by the distractions of separation. And I also thought this was beautiful. I could end with John 3, verses 8. Jesus said in John 3:8, "The wind blows where it wishes, and you hear its sound, but you do not know where it comes from, and you do not know where it goes. So it is with everyone who is born of the Spirit." And that word spirit in the Greek is pneuma, and the word wind in the Greek is pneuma. So Ra seems to be implying that the Stoic philosophy, which was held by the Greeks and the Romans, the pneuma is this principle which, on the Wikipedia page I found they say, in its purest form can be difficult to distinguish from the logos, or the constructive fire that drives the cyclical generation and destruction of the Stoic cosmos. When a cycle reaches its end and configuration, the cosmos becomes the pure pneuma from which it regenerates itself. So this pure energy of logos is also a synonym for love in the raw contact, but these energies of the purest sense of love, the purest form of fire that are creating the cosmos, is ultimately what we're becoming connected back to when we do all of the work in balancing ourselves and freeing ourselves from the separated identity and becoming one with an infinite creator, an infinite mind, which can manifest and flow in through all of creation unhindered by anything other than honoring the free will of others, which is ultimately the free will of the infinite self, which is seen as the self at that point. So thank you guys for listening.
Is it up? Oh, there we go. Nice. So I'm just going to give you a short little podcast clip of what I usually do in my garage when I do podcasts. I'm kind of calling this one Seeing Through the Veil, right? And everybody's like, oh, the veil. And when I was a kid, I remember being in church, and they'd be like, you know, Jesus pierced the veil. And I was like, he did? What does that mean? And they're like, he pierced the veil. That's what it is. I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. That sounds like a really great thing. But where did he pierce it, and what does that mean? That's a big question, right? What is the veil? What is something, what's the definition of a veil? Something to cover something, to hide behind it. Women wear the veil in different countries. Brides, grooms wear the veil before they get married or while they're getting married to cover their face, to conceal themselves. But we're talking about something even more bigger than that. The veil of secrecy that has been beyond our understanding for a long time as humans on this planet. And I'm going to tell you guys a little secret in case you don't know. This is not your first time. It's not your first time in that body. Experiencing being a male or a female or light skin or dark skin or whatever you want to perceive yourself as. This has happened before, over and over and over, till we get to a place where we start to remember these things. I have started to remember my past lives, and I remember the things that happened, and I remember following certain people and being around when they were around. And that veil, whether it's a natural state or not, I do believe as we come into consciousness, as we come into being who we really are, right? We come awake, and we were like, going to have lives in the beginning. Maybe we're a little bit more awake than we are now. And we have ups and flows, and we're more in tune with our power and who we are. But somewhere along the way in that reincarnation, in that evolution, we forget. And that's all right. We forget who we are. We forget that we have power. We forget how incredible we are. We forget that we're all Christ, that we're all Buddha, that we're all God's source incarnated into a body for a little bit. And you become Jacob Cox, the guy from a tiny town in a little state with a southern accent. And that's fun. You could be that guy for a while. But it compares none into the soul that I am inside and the soul that each one of you are inside as well. I think that's the biggest thing that we're talking about. What is on the other side of this veil? And if it's just a natural thing, that's fine. But there also is a veil that is created from secrecy, from dark magic, from people, entities, and a very few at that use dark Kabbalistic magic in order to create a veil of secrecy so that we don't know our history, we don't know what real education is, we don't know what real food is, we don't know what real natural disasters are, right? We don't know about real medicine, and we don't know about free energy. And now we've come to a place where we're starting to figure it out. What were they doing with those pyramids? What is Pumapunku? How did they draw and paint inside of temples without lights, and there's no soot from fire on the ceiling? Because they had electricity. Because they can, like Mike was talking about, put buildings and temples on ley lines and draw out energy like a practitioner would put on your body to create acupuncture, to relieve that stress, to send energy to certain points and nodes so that you can heal yourself and gain a little bit. That's something that people don't want you to know. Why? Because they want to sell you their drugs. I want to sell you my pharmakeia. Pharmakeia means sorcery. Anybody know that? Pharmakeia means sorcery. They're using those things to make us dumb. They're using those things to make us sick. You have to be careful what we take all these medicines. We have used the planet air, water, fire, and earth to heal our bodies for a long time. And I'm saying that we're all going back to that. All the beautiful speakers that we've had today have ensured us of that we have a power, that nature has a medicine for us. Just sitting outside in the quiet with your shoes off to take on the free-flowing electrons from the planet up into your body is grounding. That can relieve inflammation. It can relieve lots of stress. It can relieve anxiety. But forget that, it's easier to pop a pill, right? We have to be careful about the easy way out and what looks like an easy way to do things. That veil of secrecy that's kept us from seeing all these things, I believe, is a small group of entities that create rituals to create that. It's a spell. We're under a spell. You're under a spell. I'm under a spell. We don't really know who we are. We don't know our history, because history is his story. Whose story? Probably King James's story. But there was a Bible called the Geneva Bible before King James. But King James had to change it up and change things around. And guess what? They've always changed our books. They've always changed our history. And all the things that we think we know, we have to be careful. Even things that you were taught in school to be fact are not facts. If you can come to this conclusion to realize that the very things that you think to be true should be questioned, you will hold a lot of power in your life again. To know that it is worth questioning every single thing, medicine, history, all the things, politics. If you are polarized to one side or the other, you will consistently see a bad guy on the other side, right? I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. Right wing or left wing, they're both part of the same bird. And I ain't going to spend my time being angry at this side or that side. Let them have at it. But I am going to spend my time dedicated to my family, dedicated to love, dedicated to forgiveness, being kind. Because why? Because that energy resonates out. Or I can stay in anger, and I can stay polarized, and that energy flows out too. How powerful are each one of you that you get to decide in this very moment, will I be a positive person? Will I be a loving person? Or I'll be someone who's angry at the president or whoever I want to be angry at, and that will flow out. And guess what? Not only will you flow that out, you'll find other people who resonate with that, and you'll create a whole audience of angry people. That's not what I want to do here. Today I want you guys to see through the veil. I want us to see the word apocalypse is not some gloom and doom party where everybody fights each other. The actual word apocalypse comes from a Greek word meaning what is covered, what is concealed, and what will be revealed and come out of hiding. That is what every book and every culture that I've read about explains. The apocalypse is an unveiling of the veil, right? And maybe Jesus did pierce that veil back in the day. They were completely oblivious to these things. But I would say that what is going on this planet is very dark. Entities from other places have come here to take over. You can call it whatever you want. You can call me crazy. That's fine. I'm good with it. If I'm speaking the truth, it's the truth. If there are people on other planets that have come here and done things to us and made it so we don't understand who we really are, okay, that's scary for some people. That's fine. But at the end of the day, when someone takes advantage of you, someone does something bad to you and you feel bad about it, don't feel bad. You can thank them. Because the minute you take advantage of me, I get to realize something incredible, my own worth. And when I've been taken advantage of in my life, I had to be thankful to people because I realized he can only take advantage of me if I have worth. That is very empowering to me because I probably wouldn't have learned it that fast without that person doing that. So thank you. Thank you for belittling me. Thank you for teasing me. Thank you for putting me down because you put someone in a position to build myself up stronger than I've ever been, to have confidence in myself, to believe that I have a purpose here on this planet. And that apocalypse is not just something that happens worldwide. It's something that happens in each and every single one of us. Each and every one of us has an awakening that's happening. I would say every single person here, you're here because you're having an awakening. You are seeing through a veil of secrecy that has been on this planet for an extremely long time, probably hundreds of thousands of years, that Anunnaki people and other people have come down here and changed our DNA. They have changed the way we do things. They have changed our naturalistic ways to a way that benefits them in a way that the Matrix is not a story that's all a movie, it's a documentary. They are feeding off of us. And when you take your power back, when you realize who you really are, you can take your power back and they no longer feed off that. We change the game instantly. We take it back. So, I mean, right? Hallelujah, right? I mean, I'm glad somebody's hearing what I'm saying. This is a pretty cool painting. I think there's a description online that's better than what I'm going to give you, but basically it goes from oneness to duality to the Trinity to the four elements, and then animals, the dinosaurs. I don't agree with the whole evolution thing per se completely, but monkeys. And then you get this cool place where we're at with Buddha, and you see all the luscious grass and everything is beautiful. And then we get to the place where Jesus is crucified, and it looks like we've gone through this dark industrial time, right? Christ came, and when he came, and that he was crucified on the cross, because why? Because we didn't believe who he was, right? And what did he say to us when he was doing all his miracles? When he healed people on the Sabbath day, he said, hey man, you can't do that. You can't heal people on the Sabbath day. He said what? My Father works every day. Don't give me no religion where he takes one day off. The universe spins, the planets spin, the stars shine every single day. It's not one day it takes it off. When they said, hey, we found this woman committed adultery, the scrolls tell us that we should stone her. What do you say? Ye without sin cast the first stone. Every single one of us has done stupid things. And guess what? Better to be hot or cold than lukewarm. Because at the end of the day, those cold periods of times, those dumb mistakes that you make, hopefully if you make enough of them or they're extreme enough, they put you on a track to be a better person. Every single thing is valid. Every mistake you made is fine. Your Father, the Godhead, forgives you no matter what. You are forgiven as long as you forgive yourself. Do unto others as you want people to do unto you. Forgive others as you are forgiven. And that's it, because you hold the judgment on yourself. I hold the judgment on everybody else here if I don't forgive other people. So anyways, we go from this dark period, and then here's where I think we are right here. We're in the chaos. We're in the crazy cusp of stuff, right? But we're going back to a place I think is a 0 point in a torus. We're going to be maybe fifth dimensional beings, maybe higher than that. Maybe we'll go back to 12 dimensions. Maybe those dimensions are already here. But it goes back to oneness eventually. So we're in this chaos, we're in the burning, we're using too much resources, we're burning things we shouldn't be, we're using oil more than we probably should be, although we probably have more than they're telling us. But we're in a place where we're basically just feeding off Mother Nature. We have all these industries, and we want to go here, right? Does everybody want to live in here? The Garden of Eden? Does everybody want to live in a place where babies roam free and things happen that are beautiful and where there's beautiful landscapes and all the animals exist and things aren't going extinct? Yeah, that's where I want to live too. We want to live in that golden age, the golden Kali Yuga. Cassandra, there's a baby approaching me. Okay.
I don't know how to give free.
You can give him free. I can hold him probably too.
I mean, I can lift him. I just
Let's see.
not doing anything bad.
I know, right? So we want to go to a golden Kali Yuga. That's where we're going, right? A golden age. That's what every book talks about. It really does. It says that not only are we going to, but we've been there before. Atlantis, Lemuria, High Brazil, all these incredible places where people had high technology. I believe that in the Egyptian times where the pyramids were built, not 3,600 or 4,500 years ago, I'm talking about tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years ago when the pyramids were actually built and they had limestone casings on them that you could bounce a laser off of. Those things were built. They were energy centers that created free energy for everybody around. Stonehenge was an energy building that created energy for everybody. Everybody had electricity. Nobody needed wires. Nikola Tesla lived right here in our town on Pikes Peak in Northfoot, right across from Memorial Library. That's where he did his experiments, right? He said he rediscovered something. He didn't discover free energy. Y'all seen that picture with electricity just flying through the room. He rediscovered something. He understood what people were figuring out back in the day. These civilizations had free energy. They had ways to levitate blocks. They had sound technologies to heal people. And my guess is the open sarcophagus that you see in a tomb, in a pyramid, is not a tomb, but it was an enlightening device where someone could lie down in it and become enlightened. Probably the difference between earmuffs for little kids, mushrooms and LSD. Mushrooms, that more earthy, natural thing, and then LSD. Probably that, where you can be enlightened by yourself. You know, it seems like Jesus and Buddha and John the Baptist and all these people who went into the wilderness for 40 days and meditated and went down to the depths of hell and got the keys only to rise back up as masters of the universe. That's like a more natural way, I think. But I think that's probably what they were doing in those pyramids. And I do believe that they had free energy to make those things happen, to create those buildings, and those things have been around for an awfully long time. So again, we live in this planet over here, little death and destruction, a little crazy chaos. That's fine. Every book I've ever read says that's how it is. They say this is what happens at the end. You're not special. This happens on all the planets. You go through periods of light, you go through periods of dark. Guess what? If a seed doesn't have both, it dies. If you don't have both, you die. You need darkness, you need light. I wouldn't shun one away. It is something that you need. It's part of the journey, the hero's journey. The hero has to have people that he fights and obstacles and challenges. If you watched a movie where all he did was win, we wouldn't like it. It's the hero's journey, the archetype that speaks to you inside of your hearts that says, I like watching Marvel movies. I like watching heroes. I like watching somebody be their best self. Why? Because ultimately it's you. It's speaking to you. It's speaking to your heart and to your mind. It's time for you to do that. It's time for you to save yourself. It's time for you to be your best version, to eliminate the lust, the greed, the anger, your deception. See through the veil and see who you really are and who you came here to be. Anybody? Anybody? That's right. I'm not saying this for myself because, I'm saying this because I want to light a fire in everybody, right? Every single person who comes here, you're as good, you're as important, you're as incredible as Jesus, Buddha, Gandhi, John Lennon, Martin Luther King, all of them. In fact, he said, you can do all the same things I'm doing and greater things. Why don't we do those things? Because there's a veil. There's a program for you not to remember, for you to forget. For you to sit behind your desk and don't talk about the things that you really care about. Talk about the weather. Don't get outside of the box of comfortability. Stay in there and don't speak up. It ruffles the feathers of people who want it to stay like this. I don't care. I really don't care. I think the time is now. I don't think it's tomorrow. I think it's right here in this moment. I think right here in this moment, when we come together in the sake of love, compassion, empathy, power, strength, courage, it creates a vibrational frequency that not only stays in this building, but it permeates throughout the entire city, our country, our world, and that's how we take it back. And let me tell you, they don't want you to know who you are. They don't want you to know how powerful you are. They want you to fight each other because your skin is darker than his. You're a Democrat and you're a Republican. You should hate each other. Don't sit in the same room. They are scared to death if we come together as one. For no reason at all, because you exist. Because you're a human being, and so am I. And we forgot what it is to be. We want to be human doings all the time. We're human beings. Be here now with each one of us. Love each other. Know that no matter who it is, Every person is God inside in the flesh. How you treat every single person is how you are treating God every day. How you treat the earth is how you treat God. So give forgiveness, give kindness, give empathy to every single person out there, because you're it. You're God and they're God, and how you treat every person is incredibly important. So what's happening? The system is cracking. And that's good. Your system is cracked. That's how the lights gets in. Your foundations are starting to crack. The worlds are starting to crack. Your relationships are starting to crack. That's good. I say it's good. Because guess what? That is how the light gets in. That is how things change. When we're comfortable and things are easy, you're fine sitting on the couch lukewarm. Not till you get really hot or really cold, one way or the other, that you really start to change your life and be who you really were here to be. Because, and I'll say it again over and over again, when Jesus was doing those miracles and they asked him, who are you to do these things? And he said, ye are all gods. Every single one of you. All of us are gods. You just don't know it yet. What if you had the power today to change the world? You could change your universe by your attitude. You could change your life by just thinking differently, by forgiving yourself, by loving yourself, and taking that first relationship you have. Number one and first most relationship I have is with myself, how I love myself, how I forgive myself, and then taking that and amplifying it to every person I run into. That when I go to my work, when I go to my job, when I'm at home, I'm happy to be there. That you can change somebody's life just by being a good person at work, in the community. That's what we're here to do. And it's by turning that pineal gland on. I think that's super important. We don't talk about it enough, really. But that third eye, it's been calcified for a long time. We've had those poisonous foods, fluorides in our water, all the things that they try to do to us. They spray us, with chemicals up here. And guess what? After all the spraying, all the food toxicity, all the programs that they put on television, programming, people are still waking up. You can't stop it. You might get a crowd to follow a certain thing, but you can't stop us. It's inevitable. The question is, do you want to go to that new world? Do you want to go to the place where that's been promised to us, a promised land, a golden Kali Yuga, the golden age? Because you know what it's going to take from you? It's going to take your greatest superpower. You have to learn to love yourself, how to love others, infinitely no matter what, to not judge them, as God does. He gives everybody free will to go make your mistakes and do your thing. And you have to do the same thing. No judgment on anybody. Let people be who they are, where they're at right now, and love them exactly where they are, right here and now. Why? Because we're the rainbow warriors that your ancestors were telling them about back in the day, right? Every single one of this person, every single one of you people in the audience today, I believe that. If you are here today, listen to me, have this little speech, I think you have to be, right? And you have to think about that way yourself too. The rainbow warriors would show people, and the Great Spirit is full of love and understanding, and teach them how to make the earth beautiful again. That is a prophecy by Native Americans in this country many times over in different cultures saying the same exact thing. And we are those people. I think every single one of us, the beauty part of reincarnation is you've got to be Jewish, you've got to be Christian, you've got to be Islamic, you've got to be natural, you've got to be Native American, you've got to be white, black, and all the other things. And take all the things that you have come to know and to bring it to this person who you are right now. All the challenges, all the things that I have 2 minutes, all the things that I've put together, I got to put it in this body right here. Because you know why? Because I want to ignite the world with love. I want to ignite the world with who I am inside, because everything that I am inside you are. So if you can feel my resonance of how powerful I feel, not because I'm just better than anyone, because I love you guys. I'm enthralled by the teachers and the people playing the music and all the things, and I love it, and I love talking to you about these kind of things. And there's somebody out there selling crystals, and somebody out there giving massages, and we come together and we do those things because we really love it. We love helping other people. We're serving the world. We change the world. And we have to have an attitude that maybe seems a little bit over the top, but you have to not just think that you're going to do something, not think that you can. Morpheus said you had to know that you can. know that you are. I know that we're going to have a good world. I know that the world is going to change. I know that I care about people. I know that I'm a good person. And stop beating yourself up and tearing yourself down for all the things you've done and that you're not. Because guess what? When we stand in that essence, when we stand in that power, truly, no weapon formed against us shall prosper, nothing. I believe that that's possible. I believe that you can go through the world and not get shot when people are shooting at you. There's nothing that can stop you if you don't want to. And then, if we do that, then what? We're a whole world full of gods and goddesses again. People flying around, people creating fertility banks. I mean, just a beautiful world where everything works for everybody. That's what I think I want. Because, for Jesus or someone or Buddha to reach enlightenment, I would think it would probably be a little empty inside. Because everyone else out there, I want you guys all to be the same thing too. I want you guys to be great too. I want to go to the grocery store and somebody's getting paid the right wage they want and having the life they want and excited to give you your groceries and all the other places in town. I want to go places where people are ecstatic to be there and happy about it. So this is the comment that I really believe true, and this is the end for me today. Within our lifetime, I believe we will see all the world's lakes and oceans, rivers, and waterways restored to purity, as well as our soil. Toxic chemicals containing our food and other common products will be outlawed. Pharmaceutical companies will cease with holistic healing. Practices become the norm. The people of each nation will govern themselves. Clean, free energy will be in play. Big changes are coming, and the cabal who've controlled society through religion, politics, health, and education will be completely gone. I'd say right here, right now. Right? Because here's the deal. Even if it doesn't happen in the timeline where it's like in your lifetime, can that be your reality right now? Can you live a reality right now where you are not controlled by their propaganda? Can you live your life right now where you're not controlled by their religion? Are there politics? Are there polarization to polarize you to one side or the other? You can totally, each and every single one of us can totally live that. Jesus lived it 2,000 years ago. Buddha lived it. And all the other incredible enlightened beings lived it. Why can't each one of us live it too? And with that, I say, I think that world is not just coming, but I think it's here. But you got to see it, feel it, believe it, smell it, and know that it exists right here in this moment right now. I want to say thank you guys. If you'd like that, I do stuff like that. Find me on YouTube, Nostradamus with a G, Gnostradamus. Thank you guys. One love.
Hi, everybody. I am Darlene Joy. And, wow, I have to follow up behind Corey. Anyway, I wanted, Mike invited me here today to talk to you about plant medicines, and I'm talking about the entheogens, and I'm talking about the psychedelics, and let me give you a little bit of my history. I've been working with the higher level plant medicines since 2010. I walked into the Amazon not knowing what I was drinking. Yeah. And come to find out it was the ayahuasca. Unbeknownst to me, she decided that I would be a real good partner for her. And that was the beginning of my journey working with these plant medicines. I lived in Peru from 2010 to 2017. I worked with these plant medicines from the Amazon to the Andes Mountains, with many different ayahuasqueros, shaman, and I found my place in that world. What I found was the people these amazing people that were born into these medicines, all these foreigners are coming in from different countries, and they're serving the medicine, they're keeping the space safe, but they didn't understand the worlds we come from. Their communities are so different. So watching us coming in from the Western world, they really didn't know how to assist us. They didn't know how to be an emotional support of a world that they did not understand. And that's where I came in. I started working with the groups that would come in, assisting them in preparing for the medicines, having chats with them so they'd be nice and comfortable, understanding what they were going to be walking into, guiding them through their journeys, knowing when they needed assistance, and then at the end helping them, what we call today integrate. I did this with the ayahuasca, and I did it with a medicine called the Wachuma, which here we call the San Pedro. Coming back into the United States, of course, nobody heard of these medicines, but mushrooms were coming to the forefront. So I started working with these medicines. And come to find out, these amazing little spirits, they offered the same healing and transformation as the higher teaching plants. And I was so amazed at the incredible journeys people were able to accomplish and the stories that came out of it and the life-changing events that happened in their lives. And just to summarize it, what happens is when we come into these plant medicines is all those, as Corey was talking about the veil, and that's what these medicines do, is they pierce that veil. All the belief systems that we've held ourselves to, all the teachings, all the social teachings of who we are, melt away in that moment of ingesting these medicines, leaving us open to healing on such a deep level. Sometimes we're healing lifetimes. Other times we're healing traumas that we can't consciously remember, but subconsciously it still controls our behaviors. Have you ever had a behavior, didn't understand why you keep repeating the same thing over and over again? What I found with these medicines is it takes us to that deep core part of ourselves so we can witness what it was that controls our behaviors, what makes us feel a certain way that doesn't necessarily serve us, but we don't know how to get rid of that. Gone to therapy, we've done all of this, but somehow it's still on the edges. I found the medicines were the next step. I found them taking myself included to a place that I could witness myself in the purest form and to be able to see what exactly some of these events that took place, some of the trauma that took place, but standing there as an observer, more than being the person that was being victimized, and understanding the whole picture and the situation in which it manifested completely changed my perspective on what that trauma was. Medicine comes in, she says, so are you ready to let go of that? With love and blessings. Hurt people. And that's what I found with working with so many people's traumas. So much childhood trauma, war. I've worked with hundreds of people all around the world, coming to find an answer, coming to find their own passion. Many stories. The medicines themselves, they aren't. We're going to talk spiritual today. There's enough, I think there's enough scientific journals out there that could keep you very busy. On the spiritual end of it, they are spirits. And they all have their own personalities. They have their different ways that they work. Certain ones like Wachuma will last 8 to 12 hours. That's a long time to be in a journey, but it comes in nice waves, and you'll get an epiphany, and then you'll come and you'll level out, and then you'll go to your next epiphany, and that 12 hours will change your life. Aya, she lasts 3 to 4 hours. She's very intense. She kicks the door down, but she is probably one of the most gentle, loving mothers that you've encountered in this lifetime. She will hold you through that whole journey. And if you've never experienced unconditional love in this lifetime, you will with her. And then the mushrooms, 3 hours, they can be quite intense. They have their own personality. And I see them as a group of spirits. They're not one. Aya, she's the queen. Wachuma, one level down, and then there's the mushrooms. But they all bring that possibility of change, that possibility of being able to live a life that you've always wanted to manifest, but somehow could never get to that place of creating something without having all that self-doubt or that you're not good enough. Now, these medicines, they're not like pharmaceuticals in many aspects. One specifically, though, is this is not a one-stop shop. There are layers to this. This is a process. When I worked in the Amazon, we keep people from 9 to 12 days. They do medicine every day. And what we do is we start peeling back the layers. And it takes that amount of time to be able to even comprehend your potential at the end of all that. And the same with the mushrooms. I see people, and that's the problem I think I found with coming back to North America and everybody's being the weekend warriors. What I found is the first 2 ceremonies are usually about releasing heavy energy, the heaviness that you carry with you every day. A lot of times we don't even realize it until we come into that space. And that's where the releasing of all that heavy energy comes into play. Visiting those places that we need to see to be able to change, that somehow we kept it from ourselves, not wanting to approach that. But understanding that these medicines are so loving. And one thing I teach my people is when you go into ceremonies, you're actually working with the spirits side by side. And that's the difference between these medicines and working with LSD, ketamine. These are actual organic spiritual beings, and you can actually communicate with them. You can create a connection with them. When you come to that space of, I'm not sure how to walk through that door, all you have to do is say, how would you walk me through that door? I'm afraid to walk through that. And they'll be right there with guidance and instruction. It is the most beautiful relationship you'll ever have with a spirit. And one thing that they told me is when I left Peru, by that time, I've worked with so many people from cancer to people that have walked out of with PTSD. It goes on and on and on. And I was getting ready to come off the mountains of Cusco because I worked with the right next to the Temple of the Moon. And I told her, I said, I have to go now. I have to go back to the States. And she said, don't forget who you are and remind them of who they are. And that's what Corey reminded me when I was listening to him, is this is a fast track. I don't have 30 years to spend in a cave. This is a fast track. But the biggest message of all with each and every one of these medicines is wake up. Remember who you are. You're not what you are programmed to think. And they will help you walk through removing all the programming that we've received from birth to past lives. I've worked with so many people that we had to work through past lives too. It's like, let's clean this slate. When you're on these medicines, you're walking in dimensions and timelines. And whatever gets changed in those fields translates into the 3D in the present. That is powerful stuff. We can go in and change family history. But the medicines will take you where you need to be in the moment. You set your intentions, but I think the most important point with these spirits is coming with respect and honor. And they have no limitation. They have no limitations. The first time I met Aya, she wasn't a serpent. She told me to raise my vibration because I'm sitting in the muck with everybody else. I rose my vibration and went to a much, much higher field. And I heard this real high-pitched voice behind me. And I turned and looked over my shoulder, and there was this being, and she was infinite. It was like looking into a galaxy. This was Aya. These are the spirits we work with when we work with plant medicines. The important thing here, though, coming back to the States now, I'm not doing the ceremonies anymore as much as I'm teaching people how to stay safe. Because when you come into these medicines, even mushrooms, you don't realize how many portals you're opening up and how vulnerable you can be. And not everybody that is doing ceremonies, that is performing ceremonies, understands this because we were raised in this practice. Being able to set your space of safety, no matter where you are, and knowing that these spirits, no matter what plant you're working with, you have communication. This is a dialogue, and that is so important to be able to guide you into your journey to go to the places you need to go for this type of transformation. So I'm trying to teach people how to stay safe, have an extraordinary journey, and how to integrate that in their day-to-day world. And it is a process. Teaching facilitators, there's more than throwing mushrooms at somebody and seeing what sticks. It's about being there present, setting the right container for these people to find their healing, to find their peace, but that has to be the right container, the proper container. Otherwise, they will have an experience, but it will not be to the level that they deserve. So I'm teaching these days. I'm answering questions. I still work with my center in Peru. People talk to me before they come into the jungle to do ayahuasca, and I tell them how to prepare. How do you navigate these powerful energies? How do you navigate that journey? And when they come out at the other end of it, we talk about what that journey was and how does that translate in their day-to-day world. But I think the biggest message of these medicines is one, responsibility. I know we all did mushrooms when we were younger, at least most of us. But I've had so many people say that, oh, come on. I did that in my teens, you know. It's like, okay, well, let's sit down and let's create a ceremony. And I set up my mesa. I set up a mesa, call in my allies, bring in the plant medicine spirits, and it's a whole nother journey. This is where I have to tell you, I did a ceremony for some people a couple of weeks ago, and this young man saying, you know, I'm a nobody. I don't have any skills. I know that I don't believe in religion and this, that, and the other. The medicines brought him up against the Godhead, and it absolutely terrified him. I noticed he was out of his body, and it's like, I'm gonna grab him and bring him back in. And it was extraordinary. We get to see not only the true forces of light, but we also get to experience the light within ourselves that we have forgotten exists. And that's one thing I've seen with 90% of the people I work with in these ceremonies come out of it in tears, because it's the first time in their life they were able to experience their own light and the unconditional love of these spirits that are here to help humanity awaken. We're here to awaken. And boy, guys, it's time. It's like time's drawing short. And that's my responsibility here in North America, is helping as many people as I can on that fast track in any way that I can. I take groups to Peru. I'll be taking them every year so they can experience the medicines in their true origins, which is extraordinary. From the Andes Mountains into the jungles, that's my home. So I get to go home twice a year. If you want to know any more what I do, any more of this, I have a website called Woman of the Medicines. You can contact me there. If you have questions, and there's one thing I didn't mention. Do I have a couple more minutes? There's one other thing that I didn't mention that has been so powerful, surprising to me, is microdosing. I've been working with people microdosing for 4 or 5 years now, and it's extraordinary. So many of us are walking around with depression, PTSD, you know, all these complex problems. And just this little microdose, I can't tell you how many people it's been able to help to navigate their day-to-day and not be in the drudges, not having to drag themselves out of bed every day, but popping up and actually embracing the day, saying, let's see what happens next. And I can't say enough about it. I just, I wish they'd put it in the water supply. So many of us are in the hamster wheel, and it's like, you know, that really grinds on you after a while. But I am definitely a person that recommends microdosing. If you're not going to the community medicine circle, check out microdosing. I am just so impressed. I am so impressed. And you know, it not only helps with our emotional well-being, but I have a gentleman that had lung damage from COVID, and his lungs start improving, and his attitude is improving. His whole well-being is improving. His wife begs him to get microdoses all the time, because it's like, don't stop. But I've read the research on it. You know, we're focusing on mental state, but I wouldn't put a limitation on it either. I haven't seen, the only issue I found with microdoses is SSRIs and SNRIs. If you're on antidepressants and they're they attach to serotonin receptors, you need to not consider microdosing because they have what they call serotonin syndrome, which will kind of push you over the edge a little bit. You'll start grinding your teeth. So antidepressants, take it super, super low or just drop them very gently. In fact, if you talk to your physician about microdosing, I am so surprised how many of them are approving of trying this without having to do the antidepressants. They'll help you step down. I want everybody to be safe out there. How much more time do I have, Mike? Yes.
Well, I never got yesterday. I do that a lot. I just made CSD without like the best time my brain to recommend morning please.
I recommend morning because they do kind of amp up your system a little bit. It's attaching to the serotonin, and the serotonin has a tendency to stimulate.
The opposite.
I've heard of people like that.
Yeah, I'm not as it's my autonomic supposed to be to pass and relax because I've never relaxed until last year. So at the first asking what's behind it.
You know what? Whatever works for you. Yeah. Because everybody kind of has their own little quirks. I have some people that, yeah, were utter.
I think makes us so tired and sleeping or
Interesting.
it's small. That's it.
You do you, girl.
So,
Was there any other questions? Yes.
and it's not like just my girl for
With microdoses? Yeah. There's many sources. If you need one, just contact me through my website. Let me know you're here and you want to talk to me about microdoses. And usually,
when I read where to get deep bed. I'll turn it.
uh,
My
we'll talk about that on the website. Okay? I've got some resources for you. It's just not something I can talk about openly yet.
so yeah.
It's coming. Any other questions, guys? Yes.
In your website. Again.
I'm sorry? Oh, Woman with the Medicines with the mouse.com. And if you guys do think of a question after today, I know that went through it real quick. It's a big subject. And another thing that, one thing I should, the big medicines like the Aya and the Wachuma, I highly recommend doing mushrooms first. They're a little more gentle, shorter in duration, and it'll allow you to be able to navigate an altered state easier than going right into the fire. It's a nice, gentle way to introduce yourself and your body into plant medicines. And so start it off nice and light, and people that are sensitives, don't let somebody tell you how much to take. You dictate that, because I find a lot of times they give everybody the same dose, and people that are sensitive get overdosed really easy. But like I said, there is so much information. Anything comes up you think of, I can help you with, you just send me a message and I'll get right back with you. Thank you all.
A lot of times they will kind of chuckle when you want to assign a name to them for one reason or another. But the information will just come through. I do channel a very old, like super old, it appears to be kind of oriental, and we call it light talk. Light talk will at times they will want to answer a specific question, and then they'll do it in light talk, which comes through me, and then they'll immediately translate, which comes through me also. So if you get a light talk answer, you'll immediately get a translation of that very shortly thereafter. We channel pretty much a lot of the archangels, the Great White Brotherhood. We find it hard to assign names. It's just whatever needs to come through will come through. And so I'll just kind of leave it at that. So part of the time you might just hear my voice regularly, and part of the time it might be light talk. Just depends on who wants to take the question. It's like there's one angelic named Akbar. He likes to handle all of the things of ancient civilizations, Lemuria, Atlantis, all of those time frames. So we'll just see how it plays out. I got to get a little bit into a space, and my wife Linda, is there anything else you wanted to say? It'll take me a few minutes just to let this reality kind of go away. Sometimes it's a little more challenging when I'm in front of a group, but it usually works. Okay,
All right, well, Reiki gets settled and surrenders this space. This is the point that I was going to make, is that we either surrender the energy that is not desired through the heart, or we face, or it goes backwards to the physical breakdown. So this is what you're seeing in the world right now. Sometimes you're seeing things physically break down, and sometimes you'll see things actually be reconciled through the heart. And so this is the job of people who have awareness, people who have commitment, people who have the ability to bring energy through the heart. This is our time to shine. And no matter what we see in front of us, know if there aren't a group of people or ourselves saying the buck stops here, then it will go down into physical breakdown. But the Kali Yuga is ending. We need to have no karma left on the planet so that we can usher in the golden age. So we have two choices. Okay, so let me know when you're ready.
Oh, did you tell them about the questions? I was gone for a minute. Did you tell them about, this is all of your questions that you've all asked.
Mm-hmm.
And,
yeah, and I have one ready for you whenever you say.
Okay. Okay.
All right, the first question in front of me is three different questions. What does it take to release financial healing into the world?
Translated, you are in that change as we speak. The world before your eyes is not going to be the same a month from now, a year from now. Financial wherewithal, financial, at least support for those in need. And we would like to say that all of you who are light workers, which we're sure that you all are definitely mostly in need. But there is coming a time, heaven and earth is about ready to present itself, and reality as we know it is getting very close to changing. All of the angelics, the starseeds, all of those who have come from far, far away to be a part of this celebration that Mother Earth, the beautiful emerald planet of the universe, is about ready to go into a higher vector. And during that time, she will take her children, which is all of us, into that level. And the world that you have known, the world with famine, violence, illness, financial hardship, is destined to come to an end, because it's not really who you are, what you are, or what you are yet to become. And so it is.
And the other part of this question is in relationship to rather financial is the physical healing. Would you have the same answer as to physical ailments? Like how long might it take for physical ailments to move off the planet?
What if in the modern what Saint Juan? And this one got a what is seen change what about I'm going to go abroad. Change what no same way going to change what no one can want to go to change what was unsure. They said illness and pain, as you know it, is soon to come to an end. There's been a time where, let's just say, karmic resolution has come into play. And the human child, you might not have heard this before, but the human child has a way of dispersing, let's just say, karma that is stagnated or no longer of use to life. So many of the light workers at a higher level, higher than consciousness, have come to the table and said, I will endure the pain, let the karma dissipate so we can move into a new world where pain, where hardship, where health issues just become an ancient memory. This is what you have to look forward to. So we ask you, don't get lost in what you see on your televisions or your media. The world is changing before your eyes, and it's because of your effort that it is changing, and so it is.
Okay, our next question is, how long do we have? How long do we have until we can experience a heaven on earth?
They said, as the earth changes, as its children change, has everything to do with collective consciousness. The decisions that are made in support of life will usher in heaven on earth at a much faster rate than those who have fallen into judgment, those who have fallen into opinions so strong that their energy itself is at some level capable of holding back that which you deserve, which is a heaven on earth. But slowly but surely, there's no way that we can assign a time frame to the evolution of humankind. But we can tell you, of all the information we've given you over the years, heaven on earth is going to become a reality in your lifetime. Patience, obviously, is necessary. But witness the changes. Don't fall hard into the judgment of what you see changing if it's out of your comfort zone. Know that at some level, those of us at a higher level are nudging, pushing, helping, inspiring, teaching all of the children. We can't interfere with your free will, but what we can do is we can nurture you. We can love you into a higher existence, a higher state of awareness. It is coming. To put an exact time frame is very difficult, but you start to witness a change in mentality already. It's already beginning. What's going to happen is this movement will become exponential. It will move much faster, and you will be able to witness without a shadow of a doubt the changes that lie in front of you. And so it is.
Thank you. If I caused karma when I was 10 years old, would would that karma then have to be completed when I'm 10 years old in my next lifetime? Or please explain how karma works.
I guess they're going to let me handle this one on my own. Karma is an interesting factor. I don't believe that as we've experienced all that you've written, all that you've learned, all that you understand, there may still be some kind of voids in the area that we call karma. If you have karma such as this question, say as a 10-year-old, as you surrender into all that you are going to become, an initiator of heaven on earth as an experience for all of Earth's children, karma will begin to dissipate on its own. In other words, the more goodness you present to the world, the more love, the more kindness, the more going out of your way to help those in need, to hold the hands that are reaching out for help. This has a way of dissipating karma that you may have established not only in this lifetime, but previous lifetimes. What is special about this lifetime is heaven on earth is coming into reality. This is the time that you've been waited for. This is the time to be in life, to be in form. There's never been another time that you will witness more than you will in this lifetime, your lifetime, these years, in the very near future. You will witness things you never thought possible. But the truth of the matter is, you have always been capable of so much more than you realize you are capable of. Each and every one of you, and I speak of you as children, if you are here at this moment, you've probably come from a distant planet because the clarion call went out. This beloved planet, the emerald of the universe, is about to evolve into a higher vector of understanding, of awareness, of forgiveness, and learning the value of love. Unprecedented. Now is the time, this is the place, and you are here. We would ask that you be grateful, for this is such a privilege to be here at this time. So many eons ago, maybe lifetimes ago, you were chosen, and that's why you are here right now at this moment. And so it is.
This person was here to hear you 2 years ago. The question at that time was, what would Colorado Springs look like in 5 years? And the answer was, you won't recognize it. So now 3 years forward, what will Colorado Springs look like?
Okay. I guess they want to talk this time. Akanikana mo wada siniwa. Kamikano kon wada bikono sinti kono wada shirwa. Pakwambana. Pakano wada sinikomi. Amana wada sinikwas pero no. Amana wada kishiro barak shishini. The change in humanity as you witness it is gentle. In other words, you will not wake up tomorrow and Colorado Springs will be a completely different place. But what you will notice that it has become more loving, more caring. When you're in your vehicles, more people will show you kindness and give you a chance to move forward. More people will volunteer their abilities, the gifts that they carry, to share with others. So it's a process. It's a process of bringing every human child up a level in consciousness, in a fully conscious world, and even in the beginnings of heaven on earth, you will experience kindness that you never thought possible. You will deal with people in business environments, and banks and people that are, let's just say, geared toward making money and possibly at your expense will have a hard time doing this. As the collective changes, as you begin to evolve and move up in consciousness, you bring those who are in search of with you. Well, as everything begins to move up, all that's left is kindness, is love, is understanding, willing to go the extra mile for those who need it, to willing to put out your hand for those who have fallen. You're in the most magical times. So when they say Colorado Springs, you might not recognize it. You won't recognize the kindness, the love, the caring, the sharing. Everyone will be taken care of. No one will do without food, without shelter, without water. But most importantly, no one will do without love. And so it is. Amen.
Thank you. The next question is a reference to the back side of the Metatron's wheel. It's called the star of creation, everything that was been before time and space. Pure creatorship. What is the star of creation, and why is it significant for us at this time?
Tama kena kana makumata kumata kasing swing twara. Amai kana what's jolly so I. Tama kana what's it? It's a party chiche. Why don't try? Oh no. Amai kana what's it? It's a go me. Says go chi. Amai kana kana what's it? John twara hasan yishan. Translated. The other side of Metatron's wheel, called the star of creation, shows the process from the point of origin from which each and every one of you have come from. You could say it's the heart of God. You could say it's the heart of humanity. But as consciousness begins to raise, one of the tools that we have noticed that seems to help is not to say, you've come from the point of origin, you've come from the point of God, now you get to change the world. It helps to know this is how the world was born. This is how the world expressed itself. This is how the world came around the corner of Metatron's wheel, which is today's time frame. But how this all happened, would this not inspire you to know where you came from, how you got here, why you are here? What is your purpose? Why are you here? You're here because you're a child of God. You're a child of goodness. You're a child of love. And it's because of the others like yourself. The world has to change. There's really nothing that can stop it. We told you many channelings ago, there's very few things we can tell you that could possibly not change a minute from now, an hour from now, a week from now, a year from now, because the collective consciousness of your entire planet is what's driving the reality. But as more people come into full consciousness, as they begin to express their angelic presence, they will be recognized. When you walk into someone else's energetic aura, they will know something is different. Something is different about you. And then say, tell me more about who you are, about what you are. Why are you here? You say you come from faraway places. Because love itself said I must experience who and what I am. So from the point of origin, every one of God's children, so to speak, as they move into higher levels of consciousness, they start to realize there is nothing out there that can change the world any faster than love. But there are those of a more combative nature. You probably could guess our opinion on what we think of war, but those children, the ones of the more combative nature, they need to hear your words. They need to experience who you are, what you are. You don't ever have to tell them that they're wrong. What you have to tell them is you're loved. Know that. God loves you. I love you. We love you. It's very hard for a combative person to take information like that and turn it into something hostile. So never be afraid to show the world who you are, what you believe in, why you're here, what is your destiny. There are those around the world like you, put in the same positions, and there will be teachers and guides to help them bring heaven on earth into a physical reality. So it is. Did we
There's more
answer that?
questions.
Okay.
Here's one. What is a wanderer?
It pretty much would be dependent on who's in observation. A wanderer, typically in our world, would be someone who is in search of higher understanding, higher learnings, higher aspects of what it takes to give so much love that the world returns that love to you, that you literally become overwhelmed. It's very hard to be a wanderer when you start to realize who and what you are and what your position is as heaven on earth becomes a reality. The wanderers will typically fold into the love and become teachers within themselves.
Okay, thank you. I had to absorb this one. This is to do with a coherency measurement of the collective of the globe. Currently, we're at 53.9, 54% are in support of heaven on earth and loving one another. What are some of the most effective actions we can take collectively to assist with raising this to perhaps 60 to 70%? What would be the milestones to anticipate?
Wakini kana moro wasen kan ban teme koi tamen kana moro wasen ko moto moro se ka to chupa to no one san amai ka moro what to on tony but moro wasen moro what to say san 20 san. Translated. When you speak of moving into higher levels of consciousness, this is what literally drives the collective, and it can take it up and it can also take it down. We have noticed that during traumatic events on your planet, that the coherency level continues to rise because that's the natural nature of the children of planet Earth to help, to love, to feel. Sometimes it's important to feel another's pain, but it's also important how to let it go. But yet the experience has given you some emotional prowess. That emotional prowess can help direct you and help you to understand how important it is that consciousness continues to rise. So what does that mean exactly when one is more conscious? To Reiki, it means that another needs are more important than his own. That another starving person you would share food with even though you yourself were hungry. There will come a time as a conscious person that you will give more than you take, and it will feel good. As heaven on earth begins to present itself as a reality, you will find that you are more inclined to give, to help, to love, to understand, and to hold everybody in the position as a child of God, a child of creation. Collective consciousness, as it begins to rise, is very contagious. You don't need to wear a mask because you can get it. Love is contagious. Higher levels of consciousness are contagious. When you take the time to think that another one's needs are greater than your own, you are beginning to understand what a conscious being does and basically how they would think. And so it is. Did I answer all the
Yes.
questions?
There's two more. One is a reference to the law of one. There's a book, Michael has given us one. What in that book are called brothers and sisters of sorrow? Who are the brothers and sisters of sorrow?
They said we would have to generalize this a little bit, but the brothers and sisters of Sharva, as you pronounced it, are the light workers that have come into some level of consciousness that they've literally began to dedicate their life to the evolution of humankind, to the evolution, if we could borrow one of your words, I think you call it your 3D reality that you live in. But the brothers and sisters who have come together to raise the conscious level up typically are from not planet Earth, at least not. There's some that have had several incarnations on planet Earth. There's many who, a lot of their incarnations have come from previous times. Some of the numbers that we could put out for the times that you may have possibly been incarnated are almost hard to believe. Some of the light workers that we've encountered have literally gone through the life and death process almost 1 million times. Hard to believe, hard to understand. When they gave us this information, they said this will be very hard for you to digest because you have a way of segmenting time that you've been here. Maybe you've been incarnated once, maybe you've been incarnated twice. Some of you have been incarnated thousands of times. It's literally hard to understand in our, let's just say, the reality that you exist in. But the end of that story is all of you who've gone through all of these incarnations, all of you who have spent time in other galaxies, other universes, other planets, who have come here to help usher in heaven on earth. One might say it was really worth it. This planet is worth it. The children are so worth it. And understand that even when there's a perception of what you might say is a bad person, somebody who does things that are contrary to love and light, we have to at least hold the space for these people so that they may also raise in consciousness. The more you take yourself up to a higher level, you could call it consciousness, you could call it a higher vibratory level, it becomes so contagious, it gathers those up, the children around you that you interface with. And sooner or later, you're all at the same level of consciousness. It's a magical process. If it was easy, you'd probably be experiencing heaven on earth already. Did I answer that question?
Yes, and the final question is a person who has signed it, and she has given permission to use her name. when would what is perceived as a spiritual battle, which has formed an attack on her, ending? And it's signed by Nancy April.
Okay. This is a very good question. It's one of the toughest ones to actually answer. Understanding that each and every one of you who can hear my voice is existing in a third dimensional reality. Within that reality, there are some rules, some regulations, probably laid down at the point of origin. For if something, a child, a human, would like to experience itself, how would that happen? Well, there was a decision made long ago. We will give the children of planet Earth free will, and they may do as they please. But understand that this free will, if held in a negative vector, can take you down just as fast as this free will can take you into higher levels of consciousness. And there are some of those that are typically older souls that have experienced such levels of emotion. That's on the good side and the downside. Well, if you become that level of consciousness and you intend to raise yourself and others around you up to where all you can see is light, that's not an easy process, because as you set the stage for light to shine, darkness is saying, well, what about me? Without me, you couldn't find your light. So that begs the question of, well, how do we deal with that exactly? The answer came back. Life can be very difficult for those enlightened ones. Just because you're enlightened, just because you're gifted, just because you've set your feet on a path that leads into heaven on earth, does not mean that you have completely divorced yourself from your third dimensional reality. So there's times when you experience so much love, so much gratitude, so much inspiration that you think the world will change on account of even what your thoughts are. But unfortunately, in your world and your 3D reality, all of that love, all of that compassion that you may have shown has to be matched by the other side. It has to be the effect for what you've caused. Then one may say, well, how would I get out of cause if I just want to do higher work? The only way that we have told Reiki that you're able to accomplish this is to take yourself into a higher level of samadhi. If you haven't experienced that, by all means, find the discipline. If you can only meditate 5 minutes a day, 10 minutes a day, an hour a day, pretty soon it'll be 2 or 3 hours. When you find yourself in the level of samadhi, which is one of the most profound experiences a human can experience. But when you find yourself here, now is the time to do some of the work. Now is the time to bring your thoughts and your heart into the process. If you're working on higher levels of consciousness, now's the time to bring that in. It takes a little bit of practice. First, you have to let everything go. But then you have to come back and say, but why am I here? Why am I meditating? And the answers will come to you automatically from higher understanding. Your mind does not have to think about this. It comes automatically. So meditation in samadhi, setting the stage for each and every one of you to be out of cause and effect, even if momentarily, is the time to do your sacred work. And then there is no counterforce available. To answer the question that just came through, because we know that Reiki knows the person that asked the question, the more anger and frustration that you hold, the more anger and frustration will find its way to you. There'll come a time to where you'll say, there's nothing that I can hold on to. All I can feel is love and compassion. What's important in a situation to where you feel like you've been wronged is to say, this hurt. Maybe it didn't feel that good. But did I grow on account of it? The answer is always yes. Always. So if you set the stage in third dimensional reality and you wish for certain things to happen, it's important to understand that you don't want its little friend, the darkness, to keep following you. Because it's saying, well, if I follow you, you can find the light because you'll know that I'm the darkness. But to accomplish miracles, miracle healings, miracle anything, you have to do it from, I believe you call it your fifth dimensional reality is your metaphor. You have to be up here, out of cause and effect. Then you can heal the world. You can change the world. And you'll learn over time that you can capture your emotions and take the ones that used to be contrary, looking for a fight, looking for the wrongs and stuff, and you can bring those up a level and start using it to heal the world. And especially other light workers. Each and every one of you at times needs help. Each and every one of you at times will fall down. But it's the rest of us, we will all be there to pick you up. Ricky said he's been picked up so many times he lost track of it. But you are there for each other, and together, as a team, in a solid motion in a certain direction, metaphorically speaking, heaven on earth. There's nothing that can stop your team except the mental process when it falls back down into your cause and effect reality. So if you feel like you're getting beat up, spend more time in meditation and do your work from that level, not from down here. Because when you work from down here, your counterpart is going to not be far away. And so anyways, did you have more?
That completes the questions.
Oh.
Thank you very much for expanding on that, all of them. Is there anything else before Reiki leaves and goes into a higher space, as this 3D space? We'll see him go through the roof.
I want to thank each and every one of you. I want to thank you for the work that you do, for the effort that you put forth, for the struggles that you've gone through to get where you are today. But something in it must have been perfect because you're here today and you're ready to witness changing of the world and be an integral part of that process. So with the greatest of gratitude, I thank you. With the greatest of gratitude, the love the universe has for each and every one of you is undeniable. So feel it, experience it, and ultimately be it. So it is. Amen.
Okay, well, I don't know, we have to be out by 6, so we'll sit at the table for a little bit, and then we'll swoop everything out. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.